Stacy, can you say something just to make sure this thing is actually working? Because I can't, it doesn't sound like it is.
Marcella, wherever you are, we can hear you.
Thank you, Tim.
All right.
Hey, Renee, there's still an echo from some of the commissioners, by the way, or board members.
Can you mute your fan?
Test. All right, that works. All right, we are going to go live in just a moment. Thanks everybody for your patience. We're trying to work through our hybrid environment. All right, we're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. It is 1:07. Thank you everyone for joining us today for a meeting of the City of San Diego Historical Resources Board. We're going to start with a quick, you're right, I'm not mic'd in the room, so I will speak louder. We're going to start with a quick preamble from staff.
Thank you, Chair Hutter. Good afternoon. I'm Suzanne Seeger, Senior Planner in the Historical Resources section of Development Services. Today's Historical Resources Board meeting is being conducted pursuant to the provisions of California Government Code Section 54953E, as amended by Assembly Bill 361, which allows the city to use teleconferencing and to provide the public an opportunity to address the Historical Resources Board via a call-in option or an internet-based service option during a proclaimed state of emergency. Members of the public in attendance at Historical Resources Board meetings are encouraged to maintain social distancing. Additionally, we are continuing to provide alternatives to in-person attendance for participating in Historical Resources Board meetings. In lieu of in-person attendance, members of the public may submit their comments online via the Development Services webpage. Today, we are using Zoom as our hybrid meeting platform. Please note the buttons on your Zoom meeting bar that pop up when you move the mouse. Share screen will enable an applicant to give a presentation, and the microphone is to mute and unmute. Please remember to stay muted when you are not talking and to unmute yourself when you speak. When wanting to participate in the discussion, please virtually raise your hand and Chair Hutter will call on you in the order entered. Please refrain from using the meeting chat in order to comply with the Brown Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Next, we're going to do a quick roll call to confirm board member attendance. When I call your name, please unmute yourself and say present. Vice Chair Byers.
Present.
Second Vice Chair Taylor.
Present.
Board Member McCullough.
Present.
Board Member Winter.
Present.
Board Member Woods.
Present.
Board Member Chang.
Present.
And Board Member Abrams.
Present.
All right, thank you, everyone. We did hear from board members Farley and Coyle that they would not be in attendance today. And we are also aware that board member Abrams has to depart at 3:30 today. We're going to start out with non-agenda public comment. These are issues within the jurisdiction of the Historical Resources Board, not previously heard or on the agenda. A request to speak should be submitted to the hearing recording secretary in person or your hand raised online. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to speak. We do not have any requests to speak in person on non-agenda public comment items. Do we have anyone online? Hearing none, we will move on. Next item on our agenda is requests for items to be continued or withdrawn. Do we have any items that are up for continuance or withdrawal?
Staff was not notified prior to today's meeting.
Are there any items on the agenda today that where the applicant or the property owner would like to be continued or withdraw the item? All right, hearing none, we'll move forward. Next, if there's no objection, we will address board member comments at this time. Any objection to that? All right, hearing none, we're going to go forward with that item. First is general comments on items not on the agenda. Do we have any board member comments? All right, next, do we have any disclosure of ex-parte communications or conflicts of interest? All right, I will disclose that I have a conflict on item 6. It's a financial conflict, so I will be recusing on that item.
I'm sorry, I have one too. Item 6 as well.
Okay. All right, any other disclosures to make? Hearing none. Any failure to visit sites and invocation of waiver? All right, then we will move on next to the consent agenda. Chair may entertain a motion by any board member to approve any agenda item as a consent item when no speaker slips have been submitted in favor or in opposition to the item. Items approved on consent are approved in accordance with the staff recommendation as reflected on the agenda and described in the staff report. The following items are non-controversial with all parties agreeable to the staff recommendation, and the board may wish to approve them on consent. These are items 2, 3, 4, 5, and 9. I am briefly reviewing the very many speaker slips that we received today to make sure that we do not have anything new. Okay. Do we have a motion as to the consent agenda?
I will move that we approve the consent agenda. Oh, please. Or talk really loudly. I'll make the motion that we continue with the consent agenda for items 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Oh, and 9?
6 is not eligible for consent. There's speakers identified.
Okay, sorry. For items 2, 3, 4, and 5. I'm looking at, sorry, Al, I'm looking at an old agenda that I've made all my notes on, and 9. So let me rephrase. For items 2, 3, 4, 5, and 9.
All right, so we have a motion by Board Member Byers. We have a second from Board Member Winter and comment from Dr. Woods.
I don't want to pull this, but I just noticed on item 5 that in the San Diego Modernism context statement, there's a biography of the architect Davis, and there was evidence in the consultant's report that shows that our official biography is probably inaccurate. And so I was just gonna maybe notice to staff that it ought to be corrected or something.
That's helpful. Thank you. Staff, will you guys take a look at the modernism context statement and evaluate that?
I will follow up on Dr. Woods' comment.
Thank you. Any other, actually, let's, would anyone from the public like to speak on the consent agenda 2, 3, 4, 5, and 9? All right, seeing no one in the room, no one online. Any further board member comment, questions? All right, let's proceed with the vote then. On the motion, Vice Chair Abrams, sorry, Board Member Abrams,
Yes. In favor.
Board Member Byers,
Yes.
Board Member Chang,
Yes.
Board Member McCullough,
Yes.
Board Member Taylor,
Yes.
Board Member Winter,
Yes.
Board Member Woods,
Yes.
and that's a yes from me. The motion carries unanimously. Would anyone from the public like to speak on resources that were just designated? If you're here in the room, please come forward.
There you go.
Good morning. My name is Rob Irving. I'm here with my wife, Julie Greenberg, and I want to thank you very much for your consideration today. I'd also like to let you know that the staff was very helpful with us in a multi-year process to move our property forward to have it designated. So I'd like to thank the staff very much. And finally, I'd like to thank Legacy 106 who assisted us in the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Jim Hart, item number 5 on Via Flores. We'd also like to really, give our appreciation to the city of San Diego for having a historical resource board and for wanting to keep the character and, the beauty of these neighborhoods the way they are. We've been in this house for about 3 years. We just enjoyed very much restoring it and trying to get it back to what the architect's original intent was. This is our second historical property. We had one in Norfolk, Virginia, and we enjoyed working with the city there also. And it was just great to see a city interested in keeping, the integrity of these neighborhoods the way they were originally built. So thank you.
And we love this house and we appreciate that you guys like it too. So thank you.
Yeah.
And many thanks to Wendy for all of her hard work. Thanks again.
Thank you very much. And, we know how much work this takes from homeowners, so we appreciate you guys bringing it forward.
Hi, quickly, Kelly Stonko, Deputy Director in the Planning Department. On behalf of the Planning Department, I just wanted to thank each and every board member for your review of the Mira Mesa Community Plan update and your recommendation today. It was a tremendous amount of material to go through, and we really appreciate your time and attention, both at the information item back in August and today. And thank you so much for all of your work on behalf of historic preservation.
Thank you, Kelly. Anyone else in person or online wish to speak about the items that were just designated? All right, then we will move forward with our agenda. You may have noticed we're doing things in a slightly different order. So what has historically been first on our agenda is approving our minutes from the prior meeting. We're addressing that now. So we have consideration of the minutes from our September 22nd, 2022 meeting. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to be heard on the minutes? Hearing and seeing none, we'll move on. Any board member comments or questions about the minutes? How about a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes. Second. Second.
All right, so we have a motion from board member Winter, a second from board member Taylor. Any comments on the minutes? Questions, discussion from board members? All right, then we will go ahead and vote on the motion. Board member Abrams,
Approve.
board member Byers,
Approve.
board member Chang.
Oh, sorry, I'm recusing myself on that. Sorry,
Are you abstaining from the vote because you missed the meeting?
I am.
Okay.
I'm abstaining from the
All
vote.
right. Board member Chang,
Approve.
board member McCullough,
Yes.
board member Taylor,
Approve.
Board Member Winter,
Approved.
Board Member Woods,
Yes.
and that's a yes for me. So the motion carries 701, right? Next, we will have an approval of the agenda order of the discussion items remaining. By my count, we have remaining items 1, 6, 7, and 8. Selfishly, I would love to hear item 6 last so that I can depart, but I don't know if there are other, I know that Board Member Abrams also has a timing conflict, so I'm okay if we want to hear those items in order also. Any other thoughts or comments or motion we need to hear?
Selfishly, I think I would like to see 6 last as well. So I'm gonna motion that we follow the order with the exception of 6 and take that one last.
Yes, just quickly, staff is concerned that we will lose quorum for that item.
You're right.
If Mr. Abrams leaves.
With 2 recusals plus Mr. Abrams leaving,
Oh,
we
yes,
should
okay.
consider that item.
Never mind, I
in order.
withdraw the motion then.
Dave and I will
You know,
we'll go
I'll
talk in the
motion
hallway.
that we take it in order of what's left.
All right. So we do need a second.
Second.
All right. So the motion on the floor is to hear the remaining items in numerical order. That would be 1, 6, 7, and 8. We have a motion from Board Member McCullough. We have a second from Board Member Winter. May I ask the city attorney, is it okay for Board Member McCullough and myself to vote on the order that would include items on which we have to recuse?
I think that's fine.
Okay.
That's right.
That's okay. Okay. Any other comments or questions? All right, we'll take another vote. Board Member Abrams,
Agreed. Yes.
Board Member Byers,
Yes.
Board Member Chang,
Yes.
Board Member McCullough,
Yes.
Board Member Taylor,
Yes.
Board Member Winter,
Yes.
Board Member Woods,
Yes.
and that's a yes for me. Okay, so we have our agenda order. Last thing before we move on to those items, we are going to have a director's report. So may we hear from a staff representative for report from Development Services.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to report out on something very exciting. I'm going to share my screen if I am allowed. Okay, so let's get rid of this. I'm very excited to share with everyone that Development Services is launching individual historic nomination submittals via our Acela portal, so through the website. You will now be able to upload a PDF of your report directly from your home to Development Services via Acela. The nomination fee is $11.85 and can be paid online, so the nomination fee is not changing. You will be invoiced after your initial completeness check. And we also currently have available for you a webinar and a step-by-step user guide to help you with this process. The benefits of the new process include you can submit your report, as I've said, and just pay immediately online. You can get feedback on your report within 2 months rather than waiting in the queue for 6 months to up to a year. So we'll give you feedback a little bit earlier in the process. So this allows time to make physical modifications to your property or adjust the report. The report will be deemed complete prior to your hearing date being set. So there will be no scrambling or editing reports prior to the hearing. Sometimes that happens a couple of weeks before the hearing. And the applicants will be able to track their progress through the system. If you have questions, you can call Development Services staff for assistance with user accounts, creating user accounts and uploading You can also email historical resources staff at historicalresources@sandiego.gov or book a virtual counter appointment with our staff and we can walk you through it. So we're really excited. It's been like 3 years in the making to get that done, and the Mills Act will be up next, and Shannon will be able to present that to you guys.
Great, thank you, Suzanne. That's a positive update in development. Anything further from development services?
Oh,
Right. Next on to subcommittee reports. Is that you also, Suzanne?
yes. A meeting of the policy subcommittee was held on October 10th. And members of the subcommittee and the public discussed the San Diego Bungalow Court and Apartment Court context statement, designation of resources under 45 years old, and eligibility for designation under criterion B. The next policy subcommittee meeting will be November 14th at 3 p.m. The Archaeological and Tribal Cultural Resources Subcommittee will also be on that same date. Ms. Anthony, do you want to report on?
November 2nd, Design Assistance Subcommittee meeting has been canceled. The next scheduled Design Assistance Subcommittee meeting will be held on December 7th.
All right. Do we have a report from planning? No. All right, no report from planning this week, this month. Thank you. All right, let's move on then to our discussion items on the agenda. We'll be beginning with item 1. And so we'll start with our staff report. This will be coming from Alvin Lin. Alvin, let us know when you're ready. And if I see Mr. Wallace is in the go chair, he's ready to go. If there's anybody else behind you, Mr. Wallace, if you want to have them ready to go, we can proceed.
Hello, everyone. Hello, board members, hello, applicants, members of the public, and homeowners. My name is Alvin Lin, and I'm an assistant planner here at San Diego DSD. And this is item 1 for 4865 Canterbury Drive. This item is being brought before the Historical Resources Board in conjunction with the owner's desire to have the site designated as a historical resource. A historical resource research report was prepared by Landmark Historic Preservation, which concluded that the resource is significant under the HRB criterion C. Staff disagrees and finds that the subject property is not significant under any HRB criterion due to the cumulative impact of integrity loss. The subject resource is located in the Kensington-Talmadge Community Plan area, and specifically, it is located on a corner lot of the Kensington neighborhood. And the parcel features a 2-story residence with a 1-story wing and a detached garage. 4865 Canterbury Drive was constructed in 1932 in the Spanish eclectic style. The resource features an L-shaped floor plan, gable and hipped roofs with mission red tiles, clay tiles, stucco exterior, a 2nd-story balcony with square columns, a large picture window with turned spindles, stucco window grills, and post and lintel porch beams. Fenestration consists of wooden casement windows in various light patterns. In circa 2008, the subject property underwent an alteration, which most of the existing windows were replaced with simulated Divide Light vinyl windows. In the year 2020, the owner elected to remove the vinyl windows and install true Divide Light casement windows, wooden casement windows, in the existing openings. According to the report, the homeowner referenced a 1990s historical photo for the purposes of restoration, and some windows appear to be accurately restored based on sufficient documentary and photographic evidence, such as the southwest elevation 2nd-story window. It appears that a few windows were restored based on insufficient documentary evidence, such as these windows along the northwest elevation and the second-story balcony window, also along the southwest elevation. The historical photo lacked clarity to show the Muntin patterns of these windows. The southwest elevation picture window located on the one-story wing, the southwest elevation picture window was initially, this window shown on the screen was initially incorrectly restored in 2020, but a more recent window replacement in June 2022 corrected that to accurately reflect the historical window Muntin pattern. The first-story wings windows were also replaced, but staff finds that the 1990s historical photo is inadequate as a reference for the purposes of restoration. The original design remains unknown at this time. A historical photo was provided by the applicant that shows the window along the northwest elevation ground floor, which appears to be a 4-light window, evident by the 3 Muntins visible here, which means that the currently installed 3-light window is actually inaccurately restored. While the homeowner used a 1990s historical photo for restoration, staff does not deem the work consistent with standards because the window restoration was based on inadequate documentation. The Secretary of Interior does allow for the installation of compatible new windows when historical windows are completely missing. In this case, new designs should always clearly be differentiated from the authentic historical features. This condition not met, and the currently installed 3 Divide Light windows replicate the original designs of other 3 Divide Light windows currently on the building, thus communicating a false sense of history. Staff cannot deem the 2020 restoration project as consistent with standards, and these modifications have collectively negatively impacted the subject property's integrity of design. Staff is not recommending under criterion A or B. As originally constructed, the subject property exhibited many architectural features of the Spanish eclectic style and continues to retain many of those features. However, the cumulative effect of the overall modifications to the buildings have impaired the integrity of design, materials, workmanship, and feeling to the point that it is no longer eligible under criterion C. And we are not recommending under criterion B. And that concludes staff's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Alvin. Mr. Wallace, I have, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 speaker slips, maybe a 14th. I could compare the writing to the name, but looks like you have plenty of time if you need it. How much time do you need or want to give your presentation? That would be terrific.
So that'll be, did you already give it to us?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll do that.
Okay.
And if you could just say next slide.
Okay, yeah, and to Alvin or to you, okay, okay. Let's see, that should be, yeah, perfect, first slide. So Chairman, members of the board, thank you. My name's Kylie Wallace. I'm an architectural historian and I'll be presenting the case for the proposed Jonathan and Myrtle Johnson house. We think it absolutely represents the Spanish revival style The homeowner has done I think, a great job of restoring the original configuration of the windows to the best of their abilities. And Lily is here today that did this restoration. I'll go through it with you real quick. First slide, please. The next slide. So the house was built in 1932, like we said, in the Kensington neighborhood. I think that we spend a lot of time on windows on the board, going through window details. I think a house is not a conglomeration of windows. A house is more than a grouping of windows, and I hope that you see that today in this house. It's got a lot of beautiful character defining features that really represent the Spanish Revival style. And I think it's really splitting hairs to go over a difference in a 3-light window versus a 4-light window based on the historic restoration of the house. Next slide, please. 1996 Historic Greater Mid-City Survey made the following findings, and this is by architect and California State Historic Preservation Officer Wayne Donaldson. The resource is independently significant for its distinctive design or physical characteristics, and it was additionally identified as individually significant historically. And this is, like I said, in 1996. Another thing that I would glean from this is Wayne Donaldson, who's a great historic architect. One of the things that he says often is a very good test for determining if a historic property still conveys its original design is to squint a little bit and look at it and say, okay, if I knew this house when it was original and I looked at it now, would I recognize it as the same place? I think that this house absolutely meets that definition at a bare minimum. And you'll see a letter from an original owner that states that specifically. By the way, you should have letters in your folders from Soho, who are in support of designation of this house, Heart of Kensington, which is a local preservation group, and like I said, the original owner of the house, who was there many, many years. Next slide, please. So the owner, Lily, did a beautiful restoration of the windows, had been changed around 2006 to 2008. A previous owner had removed all the original wood divided light windows, or I should say the majority of wood divided light windows on the house, replacing them with vinyl. The vinyl windows were already breaking down, and the homeowner elected to restore the original design of the house by spending tens of thousands of dollars to restore the original windows from a window maker. In historic preservation, we don't always have 100% photos of every elevation of a house. Sometimes you have to go with what you have because you might have a tree, you might have a partial photo. And I think that we can conclusively say what 90% of the windows on this house look like. Next slide, please. So this is that historic survey photo from 1996. You can see that those rectangular casement windows on the side, you can see that that's a 3-light on the upper level, and it looks like a 3-light on the bottom. That's what they based the restoration of those windows on. You can see the shutters on the upper level, front facing, that's a 3-light window. So generally on Spanish Revival houses, they're generally tall, narrow 3 and 4-light casements. I'd say 3 lights are more common than 4 lights. So you can actually see that the window on the upper level on the side is open, and you can even see the 3-light window on that one as well in that photo. Next slide, please. We did a exhaustive historic search for historic photos. We found this great photo from, I think, 1934, showing the front of the house. Unfortunately, you can just see a little bit of the shutter that's on that upper level window. You can see the rafter tails, you can see that tile roof, but you can't see the details of the windows. Additionally, there's a 1937 historic aerial photo that shows that the openings are in the original location, but doesn't help us with the details of the windows. Next slide, please. So we continued our search and we're lucky enough to have the original owner who came to the house and provided historic photos from 1965, 1966, showing that that the restoration of that front window was correct, showing that the arrangement of the windows, the functionality of the windows is all correct. The one singular detail that we provided to city staff and the board is that those two casement windows on the side were originally 4-light and not 3-light. That's something that's very easily solved as part of any future Mills Act agreement that could go forward with the property. We think that this is, again, splitting hairs and is a very minor detail when you can see that that main focal window is original and matches the historic photos, along with the grills, along with the covered porch, along with all of the character defining features of the Spanish style that are still intact on this house. Next slide. Here's a letter from Irene Kaufman. She was an original owner of the house. She lived in the house from 1965 to 1989 and visited frequently when her parents owned and lived in the house until 2018. I'll just read it to you. Dear Mr. Wallace, Lily Benialis asked me to contact you regarding her bid to obtain historical designation for her house located at 4865 Canterbury. Lily purchased the home from my parents who lived there for 53 years from 1965 to 2018. I myself lived there for 24 years and visited frequently thereafter until the house was sold. With the faithful restoration of the windows, my parents had installed double pane windows throughout the home sometime around 2006. The house looks exactly the way it did when my parents purchased it in 1965. As far as I know, the windows I grew up with were original to the house, and the restored windows appear to have captured their design. If you have any questions, I would be happy to answer in any way I can. And again, that's Irene Kaufman, who lived in the house from 1965 to 1989, and whose family owned it until 2018. Next slide. Secretary of Interior Standards. The treatment or rehabilitation assumes that at least some repair or alteration of the historic building be needed in order to provide an efficient contemporary use. However, these repair or alterations must not damage or destroy materials, finishes that are important in defining the building's historic character. So this restoration of the windows left the original window openings intact, which are original around the house. So these were just sashes within the original openings. They did not alter or disturb any of the original openings. And like I said, the owner and her contractor tried their best to match the original historic windows. And I think that they did an excellent job. Next slide, please. Secretary of Interior Standards. So this is from memorandum from the city, July 14th, paragraph 4. Alternately, if the original features are missing, the historic standards allow for window replacements of a new design that is compatible with the window openings and historic character of the buildings. A 3-light casement window or a 4-light casement window, wood, rectangular casement that's divided light is absolutely compatible with this building. That's what you see all over Kensington. And just next slide. McAllister, you can see that this is a great example that they're showing of a typical Spanish house. You'll notice that it has 3-light casement windows shown. You'll also notice that windows are not specifically called out as a character defining feature of the Spanish style. Unlike many other styles, the windows themselves are not a character defining feature of the style. You see a low pitched roof, eaves with little or no overhang, arches above principal doors and windows, stucco wall surfacing, asymmetrical facade, red tile covering. All these things are character defining features. The window divided light pattern, you'll notice, is not a character defining feature of the style. Next slide, please. So this is from the City of Anaheim Spanish Colonial Architectural Style Guide. It notes that 3- and 4-light casements are very typical of the Spanish style, repeating what McAllister said. And as we said, the original windows were missing, and the standards allow for replacement of a new design that is compatible with the window openings and the historic character of the building. The window openings and the character of the 3-light matches the original Spanish style. I'll show you some examples that theoretically would not match the Spanish style. Next slide, please. So here we see different styles of window. To the left, you see a Victorian style window. In the middle, you see a craftsman or arts and crafts style window, a colonial revival windows. These would be windows that are not compatible, would not be compatible with the Spanish style. A 3 or 4 light casement window, as we see in the subject resource, is absolutely compatible with the style and therefore meets the Secretary of Interior standards as being compatible with the style and not altering any original feature or characteristic of the house. In addition, the character defining features are intact in this house and well preserved. And I'll go through them with you real quick. Next slide, please. Low pitch tile, red tile roof, intact and original. Wall surfacing, stucco, intact and original. Asymmetrical facade, original as shown in the historic photos. Arches above doors, windows, and beneath porch roofs. You see that beautiful grill work that's seen on the front with the spindle turned or lathe turned wood grill work along with the tile grill work on the front. Eaves with little or no overhang. And again, you can see on page 523 of McAllister that similar windows are shown as typical for Spanish Revival, and that it's not a character defining feature of the Spanish Revival style. Next slide, please. So this is some of the great character defining features of the house as seen in historic photos and as we see today. The original stucco wall surfacing, the rafter tails that extend out, the arcaded front roof porch beams that are rusticated, the original front balcony that cantilevers from the front of the house, the tile window grills that are seen on the covered front porch and on that second level. Next slide, please. This great extended box style grill with the lathe turned wood spindles, that the rusticated beams seen on the front balcony, which are intact and original. Next slide, please. Also, rare is a 2-car garage for a 1930s house, which is, I'd say, not common. And the original, even the original intact site wall that connects the wall to the garage is intact and maintained. Also, original California art tiles are seen throughout, and you can see the stairwell and beautiful wrought iron work seen in the stairway of the entryway to this house. Again, we think that the restoration of the windows was by and large absolutely correct based on the evidence that we had. And I think that 2 windows being a 4-light casement on the side of the house versus a 3-light casement is not an alteration of a character defining feature of this house. And we think that it absolutely represents the style as it did in 1996, and that the homeowner has done an excellent job of bringing this house back. If this house was called out in a historic survey in 1996 as not historic, somebody can take the windows out without a permit, and then it can never be historic again. Then I think that leaves a lot of San Diego houses in danger of being able to be altered and never be brought back if that change renders them ineligible forever. Sorry, I tried to make my presentation as fast as possible, try to speed through it, but I'm available. Oh, okay. 48 seconds. I'm available for questions if you have any. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. I will note again for the record, I had 14 speaker slips, all indicating that they would cede time to Mr. Wallace. I think some people indicated that they were in support of the item. Others indicated that they were in opposition, but I believe they all are intending to support designation of the item. So, that's correct. All right. Anyone else who has not submitted a slip who would like to be heard on item 1 before we move on to board member comment? Give a moment online. They don't always pop up. So Bruce, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Hunter, members of the board and staff. Bruce Coons, Executive Director, Save Our Heritage Organization. This is a very prominent house in the neighborhood, being a corner lot. You may know me, some of what I do, and you know I'm a director of Save Our Heritage Organization. What you all may not know, I know some of you do. I've been a historic restoration consultant for over 35 years. I've worked on local projects, national projects, state historic parks, national historic parks. As a consultant, I'm sought out throughout the country for my expertise in that area in historic design and restoration. I think one of the problems we have here is an entirely inaccurate reading of the Secretary of Interior standards. There are 4 sets of standards. There's reconstruction, there's rehabilitation, there's restoration, and others that apply. In this case, City of San Diego applies the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation, which is the loosest standards, which allows for adaptive reuse and other things. And your board and all the boards that I know of that I've appeared before under rehabilitation, not only can you make alterations in principal facades, including changing windows to doors, and that's done often. I can think of probably 15 or 20 in the last couple of years where your board has allowed that kind of alteration. And so I'm not sure what the issue is here. The building conveys its historic appearance to anybody that looked at it, you know, passerby or anything else. It clearly qualifies for local designation, and the restoration qualifies under the standards for rehabilitation without question. The owners have gone to great lengths to bring this house back, and to the best of their ability. I didn't consult on this one, but many of the things they did, I would have recommended for them to do, and particularly the windows and the door replacements. As for the building itself, where there are still things that need to be restored, where there's not enough information, no alterations were made to the building. No alterations were made to the openings. It's a simple matter to complete the restoration once new information is obtained. And that's always the recommendation. You know, I've worked on reconstructions in Old Town State Park where you don't have all the information, and that's the strictest, well, between restoration, the standards for rehabilitate, I mean, the standards for restoration and the standards for reconstruction are very, very strict on what you can do. But sometimes you don't have all the information. And so it's always, when that information comes around, you have a chance to correct it. You don't do anything that would preclude that. These owners have not done anything that would preclude.
Thanks, Bruce.
Thank you. Restoration. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public wish to be heard? All right, we'll close public testimony and move on then to board member comment. We're back physically here in person, and Dave raised his hand before I was about to call on him, so he's good. Dave, start us off.
Thank you. I was just going to keep it simple. I mean, to me, this is probably one of the more simple ones that we've had controversy about. I think should be deemed historic. So that's it.
Others? Dr. Woods.
This is a tough one. I'm inclined to support staff. It just concerns me that the restoration is still based on photographs from 1965. So at that point, the windows were already between 30 and 40 years old. So I'm on the fence, but I'm inclined to support staff.
Can I ask a clarifying question on that point? Because I thought the same when I read the report, but then during the presentation today, it seemed like we're actually basing it on the 1996 photo, that was what the restoration was from. Alvin, do you know the answer?
Maybe Kylie can confirm, but per the original report, the restoration was based on the 96 photo.
Okay.
There's later words, maybe a few months after first meeting in May, that we found the 65 photos, or the applicant did rather.
Absolutely correct.
Okay.
If you want to come up and speak.
Yep.
we can go start.
So yeah, the divided light pattern on the windows was based on the 1996 historic survey photo, but the original openings were intact around the house. And we could tell that, and the 1937 historic aerial photo also confirmed that the original openings are intact, as well as the 1934 photo that shows the front of the house and just shows a part of one window, but those all kind of put pieces to the puzzle together to show the original openings. And also forensically, you can look at the windows and tell that they were casements because of the wear pattern on the sills. And you could also tell that the window openings with kind of a soft inset reveal was intact and original. And I don't know if those are necessarily conveyed in the photos from the report, but that's the case.
Okay, thank you. For my standpoint, I thought this was a tough one also. Yeah, using 1996 photos to try and figure out what the historic pattern looked like was sort of troubling. I would almost put it into the category of under the historical standards where we don't know the answer. In other words, we don't know the historical pattern, and so we're trying to guess at what that was. So I'm a little bit on the fence still.
Turning on my mic. I'm having trouble reconciling this project with item number 8. And I know we're supposed to stay on tact and on point, but hearing this project and the focus on the windows, and then thinking about what we're going to be discussing for item 8, the Sherman Heights project, really creates a struggle for me. I am curious. So it was based upon this 1990s photo, but then today you showed these very compelling photos from the 60s, right? That confirmed at least some of the windows, just not necessarily all of the ones on the side of the house, correct?
Yeah, so
Make sure you unmute yourself.
So we found the 1934 and 1937 photos as part of the research for the historic nomination of the house. The 1996 was the only and best photo that we had to show the original design before that report was written. And that's what the owner based the restoration on. Then subsequently, we were able to find the 1960s photos, which confirmed that the original design of all the windows shown matches the 1996 photos and confirms the window openings are original that we knew from the 1930s photo, with the exception of the 2 taller rectangular windows that are in question.
So the 60s photos for me are very compelling. I'm tempted to lean towards designation. My 2 cents.
Mr. Taylor?
I'm more inclined to lean towards agreeing with the planner's staff. That's all.
Mr. Winter?
I don't think his microphone is on.
We cannot hear Matthew Winter speak.
We can't hear anything.
Dr. Chang?
After listening to the presentation, I tend to think that we look at the whole structure, also letters from the previous owners, and in respect of history, I would tend to want to honor the request for designation.
Mr. Abrams?
I'm also conflicted. I find it difficult, but difficult with all the options that we have. I know that you made a great presentation, but I feel that this planner did the work and presented us with the history that we needed to know. So I'm a no on this. I'm sorry.
We can't hear. I don't know if there's a different microphone, but the public can't hear anything.
All right. Do we have a motion to consider?
Hi, this is Elizabeth and DSD. We can't hear.
While the board is considering this motion, can I just remind everyone to speak up a little bit so that everyone in the room can hear?
Dave? Sorry. Board Member McCullough?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask if the applicant has a motion that that they could share with us. I'd be happy to make a motion. I just, I know I butcher it, so I'm wondering if you have one ready for us that you could provide, and I'd be happy to make the motion.
Yeah, absolutely.
You just speak into the mic.
Okay. I'd be happy to make the motion to designate the property under criterion C. As far as, I mean, I could list some character defining features such as the woodwork and the low tile roof. But if you have a list of them, that would be fantastic. And the dates and all that, that would be really great.
Deputy City Attorney wants to weigh in.
Thank you. Yes, this is Jean McKinnon. I'm receiving information from those who are watching on Zoom that they are not hearing the motion that's being made or the comments that are being made by the board members. So I'm wondering if we can speak up and make sure we're unmuted. Thank you.
You want to redo your motion, David?
Okay, yes, so I'd be happy to make the motion to designate the property under criterion C, embodies the distinctive characteristics of the Spanish Revival style, the period and method of construction. What was the date again on the property? 1932. Okay, and I don't have the paperwork with me because it was carried over from a previous meeting. I think it's a valuable example of the indigenous style, and the craftsmanship is exceptional. Again, the character defining features such as the wood, and I believe there's some ironwork as well, some that are special to the house and characteristic of the style.
Yeah.
I think the low sloping tile roof, and help me out, what were some of the others?
Yeah, the box window grill.
The box window grills, thank you.
Yeah. The cantilevered wood balcony.
Yeah, I think
Depending on
even,
that
you know,
level.
down to the stucco finish, right?
Yeah.
It was, I think it's pretty true. I live in a 1923 Spanish Revival style house, and it's, I mean, I think this house is much nicer than mine.
Oh,
So, that's not the motion, but anyways, yeah, thank you. And then, what else needs to be included in this?
Staff recommend, Mr. McCall, that we, Mr. Hutter, agrees that we take like a 2-minute break and potentially staff can help you write
Okay,
out the
that would be
motion.
great.
Is that okay?
Well, but before I go through, do we have? Well, so we have a second.
need
Okay,
6
thank you
votes
for
to
that. And do we have the number of votes? I think I'm seeing some on the fence. I know we've got 3, maybe 4. And so I don't want to go through this effort if we're not gonna, I'm not gonna waste the time. Okay, so I just need to know, do we have the vote?
But what would be the alternative that we?
It doesn't get
table it
designated.
again?
No, we can
We
move
vote for
staff recommendation as an
staff's
alternative.
recommendation Not to designate. I mean, come on, guys. This house is a beautiful house.
unfortunately, we can't
It's
take an
Kensington.
informal poll
This is a
in
unique
advance of
piece
the
of
vote.
property, and
Yeah.
and really, I will tell you that the lights in the window, they're very consistent. From what I know with this style of home, it's very consistent with that. So whether or not it's historically accurate or not, or it was what was intended by the architect, I think it's historically accurate. And I don't think you can penalize the owner because you can't find freaking photos to support it. I mean, come on, people. I mean, this is.
I love staff's idea to take a quick break so that they can write a quick.
We're gonna go off the record, as we say in Lowland. We're gonna go off the record for 2 minutes
All right.
and
Sorry about that.
come right back,
That may be the longest. motion.
Thanks for your support.
accelerating the rest of these
Thanks.
proceedings. And we'll be back at 2:10.
Are we on?
It's funny, it hasn't been historically, and then when I was doing my notes today, I reorganized it to be alphabetical.
You good? Tim?
All right. Are we good from staff perspective?
Please, everybody speak loud, please.
All right, we are back. The meeting is back in order and we're back on the record, so to speak. We are going to pick up with Board Member McCullough's motion, and I'll just remind everyone to please speak loudly. We've heard feedback from the online audience and the in-person audience that they cannot hear us. Board Member
Okay.
McCullough, you have the
Yeah,
floor.
thank you, Tim. I appreciate that. I would like to make a motion to designate the property as a historical resource significant under criterion C for its distinctive characteristics through the retention of character defining features of the Spanish colonial revival style and retains a good level of architectural integrity from its 1932 period of significance. Specifically, the resource features a low-pitched, hip, gabled, and shed roof form, mission red clay tiles, asymmetrical facade, medium sand stucco, wall texture, large picture window with turned spindles, stucco window grills, post and lintel porch, and balcony beams and wooden casement windows. That's my motion. Thank
All
you.
right, we have a motion from Mr. McCullough. We have a second from Mr. Winter. Any further comment before we take a vote? All right, hearing none, we will get started. Board Member Abrams, coming right to you.
Given all the characteristics that have been presented, I will vote in approval.
Board Member Byers,
Yes, I would vote to certify. Approve.
Board Member Chang,
Yes.
Board Member McCullough,
Yes.
Board Member Winter,
Yes.
I skipped you, Board Member Taylor,
No.
Board Member Woods,
No.
and that leaves it with me, and I'm gonna vote in favor. Yes. The motion carries 6-2. Would the property owner like to be heard? Do you want to say a couple words?
I just would like to thank the board for the nomination and for everyone that supported our home. It has been a labor of love since we first started. And I'm just very grateful and very appreciative. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna move right on to the next item, which is item 6. I and Mr. McCullough will be recusing, so Vice Chair Byers will be running this portion of the meeting.
Will you help guide me, Suzanne? So are we looking for a presentation from the applicant first? Okay. Okay.
And then the applicant has a bunch of speakers, so it's 3 minutes. And I'll
Okay.
do it during the presentation.
Okay.
So it's at your discretion. how much time you want to give them.
Okay.
15 minutes is usually max.
Okay.
And then you'll have any other.
I know that.
I think there's both on both sides. Okay.
Okay, as we're getting started, our Deputy City Attorney, Jean McKinnon, is going to say a few words about the legality of these sorts of projects.
Yes, before we get started, I just wanted to go over the legal standard for the board for this item. For today's item, and this again is item 6, the board is taking action on a recommendation to the decision maker on a development permit involving a designated historical resource. Per board procedures, when the board is taking such an action, the board may make recommendation only on those aspects of the matter that relate to the historical aspects of the project, which will include the documents that are identified in your staff report, and will include the environmental document, the historical resources section of that document, its recommendations, findings, and mitigation measures, the site development permit findings for historical purposes, and the project's compliance with the Secretary of Interior standards for treatment of historic properties.
Myself. Thank you very much. All right, looks like we're ready for our staff presentation.
Good afternoon. Historical Research.
Try that again. Good afternoon, Historical Resource Board and members of the public. My name is Brian Hudson. I am the Development Project Manager for item 6, 3780 through 3786 Fifth Avenue. The project before you today is requesting the demolition of a historical resources known as 3780 through 3786 Fifth Avenue, located in the Uptown Community Planning Group. Uptown Community Planning Area. Today, we ask you to consider the mitigation measures and supplemental findings associated with the site development permit for the project and the recommended adoption to the Planning Commission. The resource is located at 3780 through 3786 Fifth Avenue within a major commercial corridor in the Uptown Community Plan area. It is surrounded by commercial uses and mixed uses from all sides. The project includes the construction of a 7-story infill mixed-use development that would provide 43 residential units, 22 visitor accommodation units, 4,812 square foot rooftop commons open space area, 2,960 square foot restaurant space, 1,000 square foot office space, and 33 parking spaces. Of the 43 units, residential units, the project would provide 41 market rate units and 2 very low income affordable units. The project requires a site development permit, process 4, for the demolition of the historical resource. Now for some historical background on the resource and more information about the historic review, I'm going to turn this over to Suzanne Seeger from the Historical Resources Division.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. The LGBTQ community Albert Bell Building was designated on the San Diego Register in 2022 as HRB Site 1453, with a period of significance of 1982 to 1994. The property was found to be significant under HRB Criterion A for its association with a number of LGBTQ associations that provided critical support to those impacted by the AIDS crisis in San Diego throughout the 1980s and early 1990s. The property was also found to be significant under Criterion B for its association with Albert Edwin Bell, a local activist and leader in the LGBTQ community. The designation includes the 2 rear structures and courtyard and excludes the 1911 building and 1971 addition. Next slide. In order to make the findings associated with the site development permit and demolition of the resource, the applicant worked closely with staff to prepare an alternatives analysis. These alternatives were presented to the Design Assistance Subcommittee at its June 1st, 2022 meeting for preliminary approval before moving forward with further analysis. The applicant studied 4 additional scenarios other than the base project in the alternatives analysis. Alternatives 1A and 1B studied retaining the designated structure and courtyard on site and constructing residential units with ground floor commercial space. Alternative 1A studied the use of type 1 concrete and steel construction, and alternative 1B studied type 3 wood frame construction. Alternative 2 studied adaptive reuse of all buildings on the project site. Alternative 3 studied relocation of the historic structures to an appropriate site within a half mile of the current location. An economic analysis conducted by Colonimus concluded that the base project was the most feasible option among those presented. Next slide. Last. An economic analysis conducted by Colonimus concluded that the base project was the most feasible option among those presented. In order to mitigate for impacts to the resource for purposes of CEQA and making the SDP findings, the project includes 3 mitigation measures. The MRP requires the project applicant to work with San Diego Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender LGBT Community Center, the Gay Center for Social Services, the center, and or the Lambda Archives to create an interpretive display featuring a QR barcode link to online interpretive material outlining the historical events and activities associated with the former community spaces and occupants of 3780 Fifth Avenue. The applicant will also be required to submit a plan showing the location, size, and content of the interpretive display to be placed approximate to the new sidewalk frontage at 3780 to 3786 Fifth Avenue. The location, size, and content of the interpretive display shall be presented to the Design Assistance Subcommittee of the HRB as an advisory item for input with final approval of the size, location, and content of historical resources staff. The applicant will work with the Lambda Archives and historical documentarian to fund an oral history project involving community members who participated in the previous organizations which operated on site that were important to its significance. The final project will be archived at the Lambda Archives. The applicant will prepare Historic American Building Survey documentation, HABS documentation, which shows the existing conditions of the resource through written documentation, drawings, and photos. These will be kept on file with city staff, the Historic American Building Survey, and other local repositories. And now I will hand it back to Mr. Hudson to wrap up.
Thank you, Suzanne. These are the, forgive me, sorry about that. These are the supplemental findings with a substantial alteration of the historic resource that you should consider in your recommendation. Staff has provided draft findings to you in the staff report, and staff recommends the adoption of the mitigation measures and findings for the site development permit related to the resource to the Planning Commission. Suzanne and I are available to answer any questions along with environmental staff and planning staff. The applicant is here also with a brief presentation.
Thank you. Applicant would like to continue with their organized presentation.
Yes, thank you. Vice Chair Byers, members of the board, staff, thank you for your time and service as always. This project, I'm going to give a quick refresher on the background of this project and maybe a refresher for some of you, maybe, excuse me. Oh, my name is Max Zeff, and I'm the CEO and founder of Colonimus.
Ms. Byers, before we start, can you call out the speaker slips in support of the item to make sure everyone's here?
Yes, thanks, Suzanne. So I see you're here, Max. What about Anna McPherson? Okay. And Andrew Settle, is that your last name? Okay. Those are the folks in favor.
And I believe, and Kim Canfield. Yeah. So you have 12 minutes for your presentation.
I don't think we'll need nearly that long. Good to proceed? Okay, first, I'd like to thank staff for their incredible work on this project. Just a quick refresher or new information for some of you. This project has actually, we've been working on these mitigations and this project for over 2 years. Over 2 years ago, when we first started working on it, we quickly realized that the project was likely going to be considered culturally significant. We took the approach of going and meeting with the stakeholders first to try to understand a lot more about the history of the site, the cultural significance, and how best to approach this if a project was even feasible. We've had meetings with Nicole from Lambda Archives, Bruce and Chuck, who I believe will both be speaking on this item later. We spoke with the center and more recently with the Uptown Planners Board, as well as their Historic Resource Committee. We could go to the next slide, actually, where the rendering is. You guys got a quick history on the actual historic and what the project features are. How we got there was quite involved. This went through many evolutions, both based on stakeholder input as well as historic stakeholder input, regular stakeholder input, design input, working with the city, and also, of course, financial feasibility analysis. And this is the project we ultimately ended up with, and we're excited to present it. The mitigation measures, next slide, please. The mitigation measures that we have include the HABs, level 3, an interpretive display with the addition of a QR code, which is maybe a technological advancement that really got super adopted during the pandemic, but it kind of provides both items, the old and the new, and an oral history project, which we're especially excited about. We've managed to partner with Paul Detweiler, who did the San Diego Gay Bar documentary, to help us create an oral history. A lot of the history of these types of relevant cultural significant properties are held in the memories of the people who were involved or who remember what happened at those times. And so we think this is a really great way to preserve those histories that may not be around. And Lambda Archive has done a great job in maintaining those histories, but a lot of it may still be better spoken by those who were there rather than through documentation. Next slide. We received a couple letters from people we've been collaborating for quite some time, and we wanted to address those immediately. In reaction to some of the letters we've received, we are clarifying our mitigation measures and adding some of these other additional items that we wanted to include in the project as project features. So two of the things that we're adding into or clarifying into the mitigation are the QR code, which that QR code will link to a website, which will have a lot of information, a lot of the information on the history, and the video we'll have a shortened video of the oral history. That video will also include a link, or the video itself will include the 3D walkthrough as well as a drone flyover of the existing building. That is mitigation 2, and it will include portions of mitigation 3. So we're in a way, we're combining the two. And so here, the next slide is how we're proposing to update the language, clarify the language. I believe the board members have this clarification from us in the letter we submitted. Good, okay. Next slide, please. And so then the other components is adding a number of the items to the project features on Exhibit A of our application. Those are a commemorative art piece that will be included as to kind of get more into the feeling and interpretive display through art of the history of the building. Secondly, that we're planning to name the building in honor of Albert Bell. We're still finalizing what that looks like. We have to go through a competitive analysis and bring the branding in. We want it to all come together, but we're committed to doing that as well. Next slide will show where in the project features where it's being added on Exhibit A. Next slide. Any questions? Oh.
There's a letter from Mr. Kaminsky dated the 24th with his 3 requests from the San Diego LGBTQ Historic Sites Project. Did you incorporate all of these as your mitigation? Is that what you're sharing with us?
2 of the items are being incorporated into clarifications of mitigation that we already have, and 2 of the items are being added as project features. So they're being incorporated into the project in 2 different technical mechanisms.
So I guess what is being left out of what Mr. Kaminsky is requesting? It sounds like
Nothing.
nothing. You've accomplished the request.
Yes, we believe we have.
Okay. Thank you.
We need to take a break for 1 second. Staff needs to confer about something. So we will need like 3 minutes.
We're going to break for 3 minutes. Hopefully 3 minutes. everyone. So the staff, the issue they're working on requires a little bit more time. So we're actually going to take a break until 3 o'clock. So you have 19 minutes to do anything you would like. Okay, we're going to restart the meeting. So I'm going to take roll just of the board members, is that correct? Okay. And I don't necessarily have everybody in order, but I'll go around the table. Board Member Abrams,
Present.
Board Member Chang,
Present.
Board Member Winter,
Present.
Board Member Taylor,
Present.
Board Member Woods,
Present.
and Board Member McCullough, not present, and neither is Chair Hutter because they've recused themselves from this item. So we had a potential conflict of interest be raised. That's why we've been on break. And so our deputy city attorney and staff have been looking at that. And unfortunately, I've been given something to read here. At this time, there may be a potential conflict and we can't proceed without getting an answer on the issue. If there is a recusal, we will lose the quorum necessary for this item. Based upon board attendance and how many people we will have at 3:30, it doesn't seem likely, unfortunately, that we're going to get an answer from the ethics folks. And so we need to trail this item.
I'd like to, this is Marcela Escobar Eck, and we can't afford to be trailed for a month. Can we please get with the city attorney's office on this? Because we feel that this was an issue that staff should have
So
managed
with
from the
that, should we
beginning.
just keep moving on then and note that the item's going to be trailed to the next agenda?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Can you hear me?
It's the November 17th hearing.
Hello, can you hear me?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
What, do we know, would that be on the next hearing on in November,
I'm
November
trying to speak
17th?
and they're not letting me
Yes, the
speak.
next available hearing, November 17th.
Sorry about this.
Hey, Renee? Renee, can you hear me? Hello?
That's right.
Marcella, this is David Marshall. I can hear you. I think all of us not at the meeting are hearing you, but those in the meeting in person are not.
All right, thank you.
Uh-huh.
So we are going to have the applicant speak to the trailing. And am I correct that this is somebody who's on Zoom and not necessarily here in person? So is it Marcella? Do we need to give her permission to speak or anything?
Marcella, are you on the line or on the phone? Or would you like someone here in the audience to speak on your behalf? Heather Riley?
Hi, can you hear me?
We got to turn up the volume.
Renee, can you hear me?
You have to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you guys hear me in the room? HRB
Yes.
room? Yes. Okay. This is Heather Riley with Alan Mackins. I'm land use attorney on this matter. I would object to the continuance for a variety of reasons, but most importantly, the quorum issue, this is an advisory vote as I understand it. So I'm not sure why we need a quorum to vote on an advisory issue. That's my first item. The second item is we have, as I understand it, a date certain for Planning Commission. So continuing us till November seems untenable. So if we do have to get with the Ethics Commission, or if there is a reason for the City Attorney's Office to hold us, we would ask that we be held in abeyance until that conversation can be had today so that we don't get pushed for a month.
Hi, Ms. Riley. This is Jean McKinnon, Deputy City Attorney. The rules of procedure for HRB do require 6 members for a quorum. And we are in a position where we've had 2 recusals and possibly a third in which we will lose our quorum and cannot take action on this item. And I appreciate the applicant's frustration, but we are waiting for a contact from the Ethics Commission on this issue, and it's very possible that we may lose our quorum by the time they get back to us, and we, having the issue having been raised, cannot proceed on this item at this time.
Well, Ms. McKinnon,
Nor
it
can
sounds
the
like
board
Mr.
take a vote to continue it because of the potential conflict that needs to be addressed.
It looks like Marcella has her hand raised.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I guess I'm just gonna have to agree with everything Heather said, and it's my understanding Mr. McCullough inadvertently recused himself when he shouldn't have, and especially since he's already voted on this item twice before. So I'm not sure why we can't just unrecuse Mr. McCullough and move on. I mean, I feel like this is just not our doing, and we're gonna get a 1-month continuance really just because of an administrative confusion here. And it just doesn't seem tenable.
Just to clarify, the issue relates to another board member. And the issue that has been raised by Mr. McCullough, again, can only be addressed by the Ethics Commission, and unfortunately cannot be resolved in the course of this meeting. So I, again, appreciate the frustration, but just to be clear, we now have potentially 3 board members who may need to recuse themselves.
And the reason we weren't not
Yeah, unfortunately, I think we're going to have to close the item. I guess my only question would be, because Board Member Abrams has offered to stay a little bit longer past the 3:30 point. So, but we still don't know whether we're waiting to hear back from these folks. So I guess that would be my only concession. Is there any worth in having these folks stay in case we do hear back, if they're willing to stay? I'm seeing nods from the applicant. I don't know, what does staff think?
Unfortunately, I have no way of knowing when the folks over there will get back to us. So
If I may,
Yeah,
we're
we could-
entirely fine waiting to be trailed. This is Heather Riley. If
Yeah, I think we'd be happy to wait. I can call the Ethics Commission right now too, to see if we can maybe get somebody over there.
Just raise your hand if you want to speak.
I did.
Go ahead.
I mean, again, I think we're willing to wait. We can call the Ethics Commission to see if we can get maybe somebody to come over, but we really feel that a 30-day delay for this is not reasonable.
So those calls have been made and yes. So the calls have been made and we are simply waiting for a response. And I cannot predict when that may happen. So while the members of your team are welcome to stay, it's very possible that we will not hear back today. So that's where I think we need to leave it, and we'll need to move on to the rest of the agenda at this time.
Then we'd like to request to be trailed to the end in the hopes that we get an answer, please, Renee.
Heather, did you want to speak?
I was just going to ask for a trail at this moment, not a continuance, that we be allowed. We're happy to stay. And if you would allow us to do that, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
And sorry, that is what this was going to be, is a trail and not a continuance, because we can't even frankly vote on a continuance at this stage. So you're trailing either way, whether you're heard today or you're heard on November 17th.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, then I think we do need to move on. It seems like you all are willing to wait. And so fingers crossed, put out great energy towards the ethics folks, see if we can hear back. So with that, let's get our other board members back here.
Okay, let's go ahead with the next item on the agenda. It's item 750 West First Street. For the staff report, Suzanne Seeger. And if the public can be prepared with their comments, that'd be great.
Thank you, Chair Hutter. Next slide, please. The property located at 750 West First Street is being brought before the Historical Resources Board in conjunction with the owner's desire to have the site designated as a historical resource. A historical resource research report was prepared, which concludes that the resource is significant under HRB criterion D. Staff disagrees and concludes that the property is not significant under any HRB criteria. Next slide. The resource is a 7-story mixed-use contemporary style structure located in the Little Italy neighborhood of the downtown community. Next slide. The parcel also contains the AW Prey Rental, HRB number 277, originally located at 1907 Kettner Boulevard, which was relocated to 1918 India Street as part of the development of the resource. The resource was constructed in 2010 and features an exposed frame board made of board form cast in place concrete with floor to ceiling glazing along each floor and metal accent panel. Next slide. Visually, the west facade is divided into two parts. The western portion features horizontal ribbons of windows with concrete balconies defining each floor, and the eastern portion is a rectangle clad in metal panels with a glass void in the center. A vertical concrete element divides the two sections. The building has commercial restaurant space on the first floor, which are articulated with glass storefronts. The India Street facade incorporates the AW Prey Rental, HRB number 277, a Victorian eclectic residence that was relocated to the current location as part of the development project. Next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. While the 2010 building reflects a contemporary architectural style, not enough time has passed to thoroughly evaluate its importance to the history of San Diego as a good example of an architectural style under HRB Criterion C. Eligibility under these criteria may be reevaluated at a future date pending submittal of additional information and analysis. Therefore, staff is not recommending designation under HRB Criterion C at this time. City of San Diego's Historical Resources Board established Jonathan Siegel as a master architect and builder with the designation of the Mr. Robinson Jonathan Siegel Building located at 3752 Park Boulevard, HRB number 1402, I'm sorry. At the hearing, the HRB specifically acknowledged Siegel's architect as developer process and noted that the height of his architectural career was from 1991 to the present and likely into the future. Siegel currently has two buildings on the San Diego Register, the Mr. Robinson Jonathan Siegel Building and the North Parker Jonathan Siegel Building, HRB number 1466. The City of San Diego Historical Resources Board's guidelines for the application of Historical Resources Board designation criteria does not require a resource to be a certain age in order to be eligible for historic designation if the property meets at least one of the designation criteria. The Historical Resources Guidelines of the Land Development Code give some guidance regarding the historic significance of properties under 45 years of age. In rare instances, properties which have not yet achieved 45 years of age may be historically significant. Such resources must be proved to have exceptional significance in their contribution to recent history as documented by a preponderance of evidence. Next slide. Building reflects both Siegel's design aesthetic through the use of exposed board form concrete and large expanses of glass, floor to ceiling glass. Additionally, the resource reflects Siegel's architect as developer process and is significant as the first mixed-use building that left his previous design strategy behind in favor of high-rise structures. While the resource may be notable as an example of master architect and builder Jonathan Siegel's work, at this time the building is only 12 years old and cannot be determined to be exceptionally significant. While the resource has won awards at both the local, state, and national levels, it has not gained the same number of accolades as other Siegel projects. Mr. Robinson Building, which is already historically designated, was constructed in 2015 and won 5 awards at the national level. And the 2014 North Parker project, which is also historically designated, won 4 national awards. Additionally, the Cresta, a 2012 single-family residence in La Jolla, also won 4 national awards. In comparison, the subject resource has only won 1 national award. Because the property has not reached a level of exceptional significance, staff is not recommending designation at this time. More information may be provided at a later date to establish significance of the resource under HRB Criterion C. And this concludes staff's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Seeger. I have a number of public speakers. I understand that that there's an organized presentation from Mr. Marshall or potentially from Mr. Siegel or both. Okay, do you guys want to come forward or is that, I see David's hand up online.
If Matthew could speak
Can you
first,
stand up and
that would be
speak?
fine.
Um,
Can you hear
okay.
me?
That's a little bit unorthodox, but that's fine. I'll take them in order then of folks who are here or who are listed. First up is Mr. Kaminsky. Chuck, are you online somewhere?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So is there going to be a presentation by the proposer? I'm not really clear. I submitted a statement in support of the staff's recommendation. Basically, Ms. Sager has outlined the would support that is that the project has not reached its level of exceptional quality over time. And awards and accolades are nice, but they don't necessarily have the proper context of the time period that is really needed, particularly in San Diego over the last decade for true evaluation. With that said, I support the staff recommendation to not designate at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaminsky. Next up on the list, I have Armistead Smith.
There you go.
Thank you. It's kind of odd for a young building like this to be designated, yeah? And the thing I wanted to, I'm a architect and educator, and this building is significant for reasons that haven't been discussed. You all are familiar with San Diego's housing crisis and how in the last few years, the state has given all sorts of ways to build new housing. So important to the city. This building is a pivotal building. It's the first concrete mid-level building, mid-high rise that was built in the city. And the reason they hadn't been built before was because developers like to build, wood frame buildings that can only go 6 stories. And no developer, I'm also a developer, could figure out how to make a concrete building that gets to have all the wonderful light and air and clear stories and windows that you don't see in a wood frame building. No developers would try them. So in 2010, when Jonathan built this building, the developing community was sort of standing back and going, really? You can't make a concrete building work. And that's why the building is beautiful. I think everybody agrees it's a beautiful building. The housing is beautiful, the light and air is beautiful. So much unlike the 4-story or 5-story wood frame building over a parking garage. And this is the first one. It's a very special moment when a developer attempted to build a concrete apartment building. Now that's true when you build 20-story ones, you've seen them, but nobody would build above 6 stories because it left that period would be too expensive. And Jonathan proved that it worked. And the thing that I wanted to point out is that everybody's doing the 8-story concrete building now. It is the pivotal building now that's allowing complete communities and the densification of San Diego's housing needs. It's the most important thing that's happened. Everybody, all the students in our program at Woodbury University, everybody's watching it, and these buildings are all being proposed now when nobody would try them before. So it's not so much about the fact that it's a gorgeous building, it's the fact that a concrete building in its essence can be a much better housing product. And this is the first successful one in the city. It's really unusual. So with that, I'm trying to say it's particular, it is special. It's not just another modern building, contemporary style. It is the pivotal building that's going to create housing in the city. So that's my story. I hope that's enough. Great, thank you.
Thanks, Renee. Next up on my list, I have Mr. Marshall. So we'll skip over Mr. Marshall as part of the organized presentation. Then after Mr. Marshall, I have Joseph Wong. Mr. Wong on the phone. All right. Next, I have Mike Burnett. Mr. Burnett, if you'll come forward.
Thank you, everyone. Mike Burnett. I'm a local architect developer, also following in the footsteps of Jonathan and talented people like Ted Smith, Rob Quigley, and the like, who've been huge inspirations and mentors to myself, and for then to me proceed and continue the sort of architect developer and a little bit of risk taking with our stuff and testing and experimenting, trying to provide housing here in the city. So, you know, accolades are aside, yeah, awards, and if you want to talk about the number of them, that seems odd, but we're talking about a building that was pivotal to Little Italy in the time as well. You know, Ted mentioned the thing about wood buildings. We're not trying to nominate this building today. This is a wood building that was doing nothing special for the neighborhood. We're talking about nominating something that was a place that then contributed to the urban fabric with the glass frontage and provided restaurants and outdoor spaces that it became part of the urban fabric. You know, it's a quality building with concrete, steel, and glass. It's not going to fall apart. It's not made cheaply like the fruity building, which I just showed you a second ago. It won't last the test of time. So we're talking about a building that's going to stand up and is an inspiration for young people. The master builder that Jonathan is getting recognized right now couldn't be here because he's getting the Maybach Award, one of the highest accolades you can achieve as an architect in the state of California. So I'm here to say that buildings like the Q need to be recognized even in their infancy, because they don't want to be destroyed later and modified by someone else who maybe take on that building in the future. And we just kind of discussed the nuances of windows and in the future without proper photography evidence. This building needs to be preserved. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Ralph Rosling or Riesling. Ralph on the line. All right. Next, Marty Poirier.
Good afternoon. My name is Marty Poirier. I'm a fellow in the American Society of Landscape Architects and former co-chair of the Harvard Graduate School of Design Alumni Council. And I've lived in downtown San Diego for 34 years, and at 1545 Kettner Boulevard in Little Italy for 25 of those years. I've spent that time working to improve the built environment of the city, and much like you, I've taken that role on both in my professional and personal life to care about the quality of the built environment in our city. And during this time, there have been some true design champions in this effort to make San Diego a better place to live. Rob Quigley, Ted Smith, Max Schmidt, Mike Stepner, Mark Steele, Andy Spurlock, Jennifer Luce, Kathy Garcia, Teddy Cruz, Eric Naslin, John Sheehan, and the younger generation inspired by them. You just heard from Mike Burnett, Brett Farrell, Matilda Balick, Maxine Ward, Rocio Lostris de Gertler. Now standing with them and in many ways leading them in a new way of saying design matters in our city, through not just designing beautiful architecture, but by building it himself, is Jonathan Siegel. His importance to the history of shaping a better San Diego is unquestioned, and it's been memorialized by his elevation to master architect. I list these individuals, and there are more, because their important work is out there in our built environment. In the same way that the work of Irving Gill, Richard Requa, Lloyd Rocco, William Templeton Johnson, Lillian Rice, and Rudolph Schindler was in its time. We lost some of their work because there was no protection early enough. Yet the world understood the significance. Today, you have the opportunity to put some level of protection on the building there in Little Italy. We call it the Q, as a significant work of a recognized master architect, Jonathan Siegel. For the sake of our future history, I ask you to vote yes in support of designating this important building as a historical resource for the city of San Diego. Thank you.
Next up, Howard Blackson. Howard, are you on the phone somewhere?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I would just like to say that I don't understand why criterion D was not considered, considering that the other two projects were criterion D, and that the architect criterion D is representative. This building is more than representative of master builder, master architect. And if you designate Mr. Siegel, this master builder, master architect, that's how you consider him. Also say that does not have a distinctive characteristics of style. This is a Jonathan Siegel building in every sense of the word, and it's a say contemporary, but it's a San Diego contemporary, as you're hearing. Jonathan and Ted Smith and the MRED crew have created in the last 30 years the new San Diego vernacular that is very San Diego, that's very California. This building has mid-century modern Cliff May horizontal elements with a vertical element that's offset for where the elevator shaft is. It has cross ventilation, it's green, it has open curtain walls, light and air, and it's also the Salk Institute's raw exposed concrete. It is a San Diego building in every sense of the word. It's an important building on this site because this is also where the Kettner Street takes a turn and the building looms out over the street and it actually encloses, makes a sense of enclosure and center to Little Italy on the site. It's also important that it's a Jonathan Siegel building in Little Italy. There should be no question as to why we should preserve that, because we need to understand what Jonathan Siegel, Ted Smith, and the MRED folks meant to San Diego 100 years, 200 years from now. So it in my opinion, clearly represents criterion D and clearly represents criterion C in style. Just to say, you're going to see Andrew Malik, you're going to see Mike Burnett, you're going to see Lloyd Russell, you're going to see Rami Cortez, you're going to see Sohail Nagshab's buildings come to you in the next few years with this same San Diego vernacular. And I hope we preserve it because it's important to creating a sense of San Diego that's been missing for a very long time. And thank you, Rob Quigley, Mike Stepner, that people mentioned. And thank you also for the great people that have showed up here today, Ralph and Martin and beyond. So thank you for your time and consideration. And please, this is it.
Thank you, Howard. Next, I've got Polly Bartolo. Is Polly online?
Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead, Polly.
Okay. This is Paul Di Bartolo, principal with DBRDS, an architecture and design firm in Little Italy. I'm currently in my 5th year as president of the San Diego Architectural Foundation, former director of Gaslamp Quarter Association, and so on. In saying that, I want to be clear that I'm speaking today as a passionately outspoken advocate for San Diego's built environment, and specifically the layering of scales and styles to create a dynamic urban fabric for our city. And I'm here to express my desire to see the Q building designated for several reasons. Jonathan's body of work, as you've heard, speaks for itself. For decades, he has contributed several engaging, innovative mixed-use developments to our city, and the Q building, in my opinion, is an incredibly exceptional example of this. Developing multifamily housing while maintaining the existing cottage, even though it was relocated on this long linear site with 3 frontages, was a complex challenge. But in addition, but it was the addition of highly curated retail activations that made this one of the most important mixed-use buildings in our city and in the revitalization of Little Italy as a district. While most developers try to eliminate code-required commercial uses, Jonathan has embraced that in this particular development. And as a regular visitor of all 4 establishments along First Street, this is the project in our city that I bring friends and family to as the example of dynamic planning and execution of streetscape retail activation in combination with important housing that our city needs and in combination with a historically designated building on the site. That being said, the Q building represents more to me and I think to our community. As proven by his master architect designation in our city, as well as his fellow status with the AIA, Jonathan is one of our city's architectural icons and a mentor to a generation of young architects and designers, myself included. And the Q building has played an important role in this. As an example, in 2016, Jonathan curated the most engaging and important series of architectural talks our city has ever seen, the Masters of a Generation, inviting nationally celebrated architects, including Tom Kundig, Martin Blackwell, Rick Joy, and many, many wonderful architects. Over several weeks, Jonathan hosted intimate presentations with an open invitation to join each speaker at his home atop the Q building afterward. It was here in Jonathan's private residence that archi geeks like myself could be inspired not only by the opportunity for a personal interaction with industry giants, but also to experience his private home. His generosity in using his relationships to invite these icons to our city and to follow that by opening his home in this building is just one of the reasons why this building has played an incredibly important role in our city's history, but also in our city's future. So in my opinion, the age of the building is not the most important criterion here, but the quality of the architecture, as many of my other people have mentioned, the value of what this building has done to bring our community together and revitalize the Little Italy district, and most importantly, what Jonathan's career, what his mentorship and what his leadership in our community has done to inspire future generations of San Diegans to develop, as Mike said, dynamic mixed-use developments in our city. So with that said, I'd like to strongly encourage this board to designate the Q building, and thank you for your time.
Sorry, thank you. Next, I have Laura Burnett.
Hi, I'm Laura Burnett. I live and work in Little Italy. For decades ago, I was served on the Historic Resource Board, was a chair for a time, and I really appreciate, I missed the sorts of things that you get to wrestle with. And this is a really fun one to wrestle with. I've learned a lot by the speakers this morning, even though I've learned about I've known about this building for all and many, many years and followed Jonathan's career and actually live in a Jonathan Siegel home. And you all designated him as a master architect last year. And I support that. And I think that that's a really fascinating thing to have a master architect who's alive and still producing work in the city. And as the previous speakers noted, is really important to how the city is formed, the folks who live in it, how we move through the city, all of those things. So I just would encourage you to at least nominate or designate this building on criterion D, that he is a recognized master architect. Thank you.
Thank you. Always nice to see HRB alums come back. Next, I have Matthew Siegel, April Siegel, Wendy Siegel, Austin Siegel, Lance Johnson, and Camille Jorgensen, all who have commented that they will be ceding time or as part of the organized presentation. So I think with that group, plus Mr. Marshall, I will just ask if there are any other speakers that wish to be heard before we go to that presentation. All right. Mr. Marshall, I'm going to guess that you're kicking us off. David, how much time do you need?
You're muted.
I think 8 minutes will be enough.
Terrific.
I need to put up a PowerPoint, so I will, I can share the screen here. Thank you. Are you able to see the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Again, my name is David Marshall. I'm with Heritage Architecture and Planning. My office wrote the historic research report, and this is the third Jonathan Siegel building that we have helped put together a report for. And we felt it was worthy of designation under criterion D as a notable work, and that's an important phrase today, a notable work of a recognized master builder and architect. I want to point out Siegel's body of work here. this is most of his projects, but not all. Jonathan is not trying to designate all of his buildings. He decided the 3 most important buildings that he felt were characteristic to his career and were frankly his best works, were the Mr. Robinson, the North Parker, and now the Q. As has been noted previously, the Mr. Robinson was designated in January of last year for Criterion D, and that's when Jonathan officially became a master architect. And then we had in August of this year, the North Parker was designated for the same criteria. So this is the last of the 3, and we think that it is definitely worthy of designation as well for its association with Jonathan as a notable work. I'm just going to go through a few photographs here. I know you've all visited in person, but you've heard from some of the architect speakers today about how important this is, not only as a work of architecture, but as a work in Little Italy and as an influential work as well. I want to point out that this building is not only a design of Jonathan Siegel, but it was his residence for 2 different periods, 6 years and then later 4 years, where he was occupied the penthouse unit. So it has that association with him as well. These are just some views. It shows a lot of the characteristics of Jonathan's work with the use of exposed concrete, the retractable doors, the indoor-outdoor connections, the natural materials. Of course, the floor-to-ceiling glass, expansive views, transparency, the deep overhangs for sun protection. And again, another view of the indoor-outdoor retracting wall, very appropriate for San Diego's climate. And as well as being one of Jonathan's residences, this also served as his architectural office for 6 years. In fact, he designed the North Parker building while he was occupying this office, which, as we mentioned earlier, has been designated. So there's very deep connections with Jonathan's career and life and office in this building, as well as being influential for its architecture. This is a view looking west, and the Prey House, which has separately been designated in the lower or central lower portion of this image. So just a few items I just want to touch on. The insufficient time issue has been brought up before. But as you all know, there is not a minimum age required to designate. That's true at the local level as well as the California level. The California Register actually notes that there needs to be flexibility in justifying whether a resource is significant if it's less than 50 years old, and it should be evaluated based on substantial evidence rather than just relying simply on the age alone. And of course, the Mr. Robinson was designated. It was the youngest building in San Diego history that was designated, and appropriately so. A few items that were brought up in a National Trust Journal article, that many younger resources are being lost before they have a chance to be designated. We've seen lots of examples of that. There's a value judgment that what is old is inherently better than what is new. And that, as we know, is not always the case. And that we must move forward and employ a spirit of inclusiveness when we're in preservation, when we're designating buildings. This is a notable work for the many reasons you've heard about already. And these are the awards it has won. There's a national and international award. It was brought up by staff that this building is not won as many national awards as the 2 others that were designated. That is true, but that's not a really accurate measuring stick or barometer for whether it's significant or not, because as all architects know, we don't win awards if we don't nominate them ourselves. We have to actually submit them and pay a fee and hope that the jury agrees that we did a good building. The Q happens to be a building that was not sent out and nominated for as many awards. That's why it did not win as many awards, because Jonathan and his son Matthew were busy doing other projects at the time, and the timing wasn't right. So keep that in mind. And then as was mentioned earlier, Jonathan is not able to attend this meeting today because he is traveling up to Monterey to receive the award that he received 2 years ago, but with COVID, the ceremony has been delayed, but it's the Maybeck Award, which is a California AIA award for outstanding achievement in architectural design for a body of work of at least 10 years. It's a very important honor, and it's coincidental that he happens to be accepting that award today. We want to point out that the age of the building has been brought up, but frankly, we already know about the Mr. Robinson building that was only 6 years old when it was designated. And then the North Parker, which was 8 years old when it was designated. And we have the Q, which is actually 12 years old. So of the 3 buildings, it's actually the oldest. And you've already designated the other 2 for association with Jonathan. And I just want to quote from Chair Hutter. I have in my notes from when the North Parker was designated, and he made a very good point at that time. Whereas since Jonathan has already been recognized as a master architect, the fact that the building, the North Parker, was a significant work of architecture, and in Chair Hutter's words, was a slam dunk to be designated under criteria D because of its association with Jonathan Siegel, and because it is considered an exceptionally significant, notable work of his. So with that, I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, David. Now I know how judges feel when they get quoted back to them. Is there more to the organized presentation, Matthew, or anyone else? Okay. Any other public comment on this item before we move on to board member comment? All right. I'm going to open up the floor for comment before I start calling on people. I would welcome a motion.
I move we designate the property located at 750 West First Street under both C and D HRB criteria.
I second.
We have to provide more substantiation.
Okay, I knew you were going to say that.
If you would like, we can take a second and try to craft a motion.
I would like to take a second just to not put you all through my musings with staff's help, hopefully.
All right. Why don't we take 2 minutes and we will be right back, folks. Thanks for your patience today. Yes. We're going to do a quick roll call of board members present. Excuse me. Board member Abrams.
Present.
Board member Chang.
Present.
Board member Winter.
Present.
Board member Taylor.
Present.
Board member Byers.
Present.
Board member Woods.
Present.
Board member McCullough.
Present.
And I'm here also. All right, we are back on with item 7, and Vice Chair Byers is going to present her motion. Thank you. Do we have a second? All right. Second from Dr. Chang. Any other comments on the motion? We did not, we jumped right to the motion, which I appreciate, but we did not have board member comment to a great extent. So any comments, questions?
And we're voting on D as opposed to C. We're not considering C.
I did not end up putting C into the motion, which is consistent with how we've looked at the other 2 projects.
I just want to make sure for myself.
Good clarification. Thank you. So motion as to criterion D. Any other comments or questions? No. All right. Let's move forward with the vote. We'll go reverse alphabetical and spare Mr. Abrams today. Dr. Woods.
No.
Board member Winter.
Yes.
Board member Taylor.
Yes.
Board member McCullough.
Yes.
Dr. Chang.
Yes.
Board member Byers.
Yes.
Board member Abrams.
No.
And it's a yes from me. Motion carries 6-2. All right. Mr. Siegel, do you want to be heard?
No, we're just very excited. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. All right. In a continuation of what has been a very odd meeting, I'm going to step aside. We're going to call item 6 back to the floor, followed by which we will take up matter 8.
Great news, everybody. The issue about the recusal was resolved. We have a quorum, we can move forward. So we left it right where you had just finished your presentation. And so at this point, we need to hear from others, unless there's any questions from the board directly to the applicant, I would say, right? Which you had already asked board
Yes.
member Abrams, right? Did anyone else have any other questions for the applicant before we go to other speakers? Okay, so with that said, we had two folks who wanted to speak in opposition of the item. Charles Kaminsky and Reza Mohadzada. Sorry about that. Looks like Mr. Kaminsky has his hand raised.
Yes, I think you can hear me, right? So you can
Yes.
hear me, right? Hello?
Yes.
Hello? Okay, great. I bet you thought you got off easy last month in 20 minutes. Anyway, I put myself in opposition to the item because I felt the mitigation efforts were inadequate. Primarily due to the representations that Max and the Colonimus development team have made to the public. But in hearing his presentation earlier, it appears that he has included quite a few of the proposed mitigation additions or additional conditions that I presented in my second letter dated October 24th. The loss of any site is always problematic and a tragedy. The loss of one of only two officially designated LGBTQ sites in the city of San Diego within the last few years is a larger tragedy at hand. But I believe that Colonimus has made a sincere effort to outreach to the community to understand the significance of the site. I would not want to see the mitigation efforts become a precedent for future projects that may be lost. And I do have a couple of a clarification and a question. One is directed to the staff. In the original presentation, it was mentioned 43 units, 2 affordable, and I believe they said 22 short-term rentals. I heard the sound, but I didn't see it on the PowerPoint graphic. So that's just a clarification for that particular image. The other question I have is, I appreciate the inclusion of the flyover and the 3D visualization, whether that's included in the QR code or in the, and also in the oral history. I think that would be a benefit to create a three-dimensional quality of what that space was like. Merely just a plaque and an art piece don't tell the full story. And hopefully they will include, staff will take that also as part of the HABS project, which is strictly focused on architectural drawings. One question I'd like the developer to address in my proposed mitigation is that the website and the barcode would probably be currently maintained by the current development group. I'd like to make sure that if the project site is eventually sold, that the continuation of that QR and website is part of any kind of sale or change of ownership or management. There was a slide that said in perpetuity, and I'm assuming that's what that meant, but clarity from Colonimus would be helpful. I have accepted the fact that if I opposed it at this time, the City Planning Commission in their feeding hungry meals of getting more housing would have not supported the retention of the resource because of the housing situation. So I feel that the mitigation efforts as modified are moving forward, and I hope that Colonimus fully continues to engage with the community. Thank you.
How about Reza? Is Reza here? Okay, it doesn't look like it. I don't see anybody raising their hand. So at this point, do you think it's a, oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, everybody. Very small screen. So in the order of hands raised that I see here, Jesse Garcia Carpenters, if you'd like to speak.
Yes, good afternoon, board members. My name is Jesse Garcia. I'm with the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters Union. And I am here today to express support for this project and to say that we are working with the development team to resolve any issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Bruce Coons.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Byers. Bruce Coons with the Executive Director of Soho. I just wanted to say we're not opposing this project. The developer has worked diligently with the community and us, and has proposed and agreed to several mitigation measures and other measures that help excuse me, got something in my throat, help perpetuate the history of the site. I did want to say that should not be viewed as any kind of precedent because under CEQA, the mitigation measures do not adequately make up for the loss of the building. In fact, the case law on this by our own attorney says that these types of mitigation matters are simply like drawing a chalk line around the body. That said, however, in this case, we really appreciate what the developer has done, and I think it's been like 2.5 years now, working to try to do the best to honor the site and allow the project go forward. So therefore, once again, we are not opposed to this action today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So there was a third person with their hand raised. Oh, there it goes again. So Rich Holdren, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh,
Yep.
hi, sorry, I'm not a professional speaker by any means. I'm just a resident at this property right now currently. And I just wanted to say a few words about the property. I fully support what they want to do here, except that the fact that I think no one's really taken into account the home here that was built in 1911, this beautiful 2-story, 2,800 square foot home that no one's talking about at all. And I think it'd be a shame to have it demolished, as I believe it's one of the oldest standing homes left in Hillcrest, right here in the commercial district on Fifth Avenue. I don't know what else much to say. I just want people to realize it's not like a parking lot here or an old restaurant they're tearing down. It's actually a beautiful property that they're going to demolish to build this 7-story structure. I understand a need for housing. I really do. I've lived in Hillcrest 25 years now. I've lived in this property for over 12 years now, and I love this property to death. But I just wanted to get my 2 cents in there. That's all. I'm just a tenant, but I just wanted to state what I feel. I wish maybe someone on the board maybe come out and actually look at the property and just see what you think about the property, before they actually destroy it. And that's all I have to say. I just thank you for hearing my words, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holdren. All right, is there anyone else from the public who would like to speak on this item? I don't see anyone. So at this point, is it appropriate to have the applicant speak in response to these comments, or? Okay, thanks everybody for your patience. At this point, we're going to close public testimony. And it is appropriate to have the applicant speak to it. Did you want to speak to any of those comments?
Sorry. In response to Chuck's comment regarding how it will be held, we added in the language in perpetuity. That would be held likely by the management company or could be also in conjunction with Lambda Archives. We're making everything available to Lambda as well as other nonprofit institutions, whether they be city, state, educational, or otherwise. And so in perpetuity language is hopefully sufficient that it will be held forever. In response to Rich's comment that home was studied and considered and was not designated and is not part of today's presentation. Did I forget anything? I think those were the main comments. All right, thank
Yeah,
you.
I think you hit the high points. Thanks. So at this point, with public comment closed, at this point, we can go to the board. Is there any discussion before we move into motions? Board members?
I need to point out, maybe go to a motion after that.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
Yes, let's just clarify the two additional items. And maybe Max can help us a little bit. I think in my notes I have clarified the QR code. It was in your presentation and it was very nicely displayed.
Yeah, and the name
Yeah.
of the building.
Oh, sorry. In mitigation 2, in the interpretive display, we're adding that the online material shall include site drone flyover footage and a 3D walkthrough of the on-site buildings, as well as relevant portions of the oral history project outlined in mitigation 3. And then the other component is that Exhibit A has been updated with project features.
Was the building name part of the previous group of mitigation measures?
It's not part of a mitigation measure, it's a project feature, the naming of the building.
So the project features are the art piece and the name of the building.
That's it, that's in there, basically. Correct. Okay.
So would it be appropriate to say it's actually 4 add items, 2 as clarification to the mitigation measures and 2 as design features? So would it be appropriate to say that they, with today's presentation or as presented today with the 4 items, 2 that are clarifications of the mitigation measures and 2 that have been added as design features?
I second that.
I was offering it just a little bit of vocabulary help. Do we have a second for the motion? Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Chang, second.
I second that.
Thank you, Dr. Chang. Okay, at this point, do we have any discussion? I have a little bit of discussion. First of all, kudos you all for, I did sit in on one design assist committee when you all presented. It's very obvious with the support that you're getting from the community, that you have really done the work. And I love the measures that have been included. Before this was even brought up by one of the speakers, I am curious about the perpetuity and how we protect that. So does that become a condition within the discretionary permit? I'm asking staff, I guess, at a couple different levels. How do we as a city, I see the commitment from this team, obviously, but I'm just curious how we commemorate that in language that says we're going to hold, any future owners to this. Is that something that can be recorded or put into?
We have it as part of the mitigation measures, which, as I understand it, is held by the owner. So whoever that owner is,
It actually runs with the land. The site development permit and the mitigation associated with that would run with the land. So whoever, if property owners change, they would still be subject to that.
Be recorded.
And it gets recorded on the property, yes.
Okay, perfect. Then I'm satisfied with that. So I don't have any other comments. Any other comments from our board? No. Okay, with that, then I think we're ready to take a vote. Board Member Abrams,
Yes.
Board Member Chang,
Yes.
Board Member Winter.
Yes.
Board Member Taylor,
Yes.
Board Member Woods,
Yes.
and I am a yes as well.
Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, motion carries.
Thank you so much, everyone, especially to the board members who stayed extra long to help us get this through after a lot of delays. Really appreciate it. And thank you to everyone for their time and staff for all their diligent hard work. And thanks for bearing with us as we got through that little item. Thank you.
All right, thanks, congratulations.
All right.
Where is it?
Yeah. Right.
So at this point, do we have a quorum? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, got it.
All right. We have, I'll just note for the record that Mr. Abrams had to depart, Dr. Chang had to depart. We still have 6 board members remaining, and we are going to take up item number 8 now. So for item 8, Ms. Seeger.
Thank you, Chair Hutter. I'm just waiting for Ms. Garcia to pull up the PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Next slide, please. Next slide. The property located 543 to 547 25th Street is being brought before the Historical Resources Board in conjunction with the owner's desire to rescind the designation of the historical resource. Next slide. The Historical Resources Board may rescind a historical designation under certain circumstances, which I will discuss later in this presentation. A historical resource research report was prepared, which concludes that the designation of the resource should be rescinded. Staff disagrees and concludes that the designation should not be rescinded. Next slide. The property is located on the southeast corner of Market and 25th Streets in the Sherman Heights Historic District of the Southeastern Community. Next slide. In addition to containing HRB number 208-203, the subject resource, the parcel currently contains 2 structures and a parking lot. The stucco commercial building on the corner of Market and 25th Streets, 549 25th Street, was completed in 1949 and is not a contributing resource to the historic district. The other non-contributing structure on the site on the property is 2519 Market Street, which is a small board and batten residential structure constructed in 1904. Another structure is previously located on the southern portion of the parcel, which was demolished in 1987. Next slide. The subject property was designated HRB site number 208-203 by the Historical Site Board on May 27, 1987, as a contributing resource to the Sherman Heights Historic District. The district was designated for the importance of the Sherman Heights neighborhood, both historically and architecturally, to the development of the city of San Diego. At the time of the designation hearing, it was established that the development of Sherman Heights was noteworthy because it reflected the larger historical development patterns of the city. More information on the history of the Sherman Heights neighborhood can be found in the staff report and attachments. The Sherman Heights Historic District is notable for its high concentration of architecturally significant structures and the progression of architectural styles, illustrating the architectural, social, and economic development of the community and the city. Rather than reflecting one or two particular styles, the district reflects the city's taste in architecture from the 1860s, through the 1940s. The subject resource is a one-story residential structure constructed in 1906 in the folk Victorian style with Queen Anne influences. The resource features a medium pitch combination gable and hip roof with asphalt shingles. The full width porch with decorative spindlework frieze once wrapped around the northwest corner of the house. Exterior cladding varies and includes horizontal and wood siding, board and batten siding on the north facade, and asbestos siding on the south facade. Next slide. Exterior cladding, I already said that, sorry, next slide. Larger addition is attached to the northeast corner of the dwelling and is false front commercial in style. Sanborn maps indicate that the addition was constructed prior to 1921, and the stylistic differences between the two sections of the building indicate that this portion of the structure is not original to the 1906 date of construction. A rear shed addition with vertical siding was constructed sometime after 1956. Next slide. Modifications noted on the DPR form at the time of designation include the conversion of the structure from a single-family residence to a duplex, the addition of asbestos and board and batten siding over the original shiplap siding, new windows and doors, and several additions at the rear of the house that were inconsistent with its style. Next slide. There are no permits on file with the Development Services Department for modifications to the structure after the 1987 designation. Post-designation modifications include the removal of the brick chimney on the north elevation, the replacement of the existing windows with vinyl windows, the modification of window openings on the south facade, and the addition of a vinyl fence. These alterations were not reviewed by city staff for consistency with Secretary of the Interior standards as required by the city's historical resources regulation. Municipal code states that the Historical Resources Board may amend or rescind a designation on the basis of new information, the discovery of earlier misinformation, or a change in circumstance surrounding the original designation. Today's decision on the rescission is not appealable to City Council. Next slide. The applicant has provided two grounds for rescission, citing new information and the discovery of earlier misinformation. HRRR asserts that the property was designated by the Historical Site Board in 1987 without knowledge of modifications to the structure due to the limited information presented to the board at the hearing. At the time of designation, the board was presented with a DPR form for the subject resource, which included modifications and a photo of the resource. Additionally, board members took a field trip to the district on April 29th, 1987, according to the Historical Site Board meeting minutes. At the time of designation, the board would have considered the property in its current condition, and any previous modifications would have been evaluated. Furthermore, the board determined that the property retained enough integrity to be considered a contributing resource to the Sherman Heights Historic District. Staff does not concur that these modifications constitute new information, and the rescission of the historic designation of the property cannot be based on these grounds. HRR also calls out other modifications as new information, including the removal of the original windows and replacement with vinyl windows, as well as the removal of the original red brick chimney. The DPR form notes that the windows are all new, indicating that the board was aware the windows were non-original at the time of designation. Comparison of current photos and the April 1987 photo of the property indicate that window openings were changed on the south facade post-designation without the required permit. Additionally, The brick chimney mentioned on the 1987 DPR form was removed post-designation. As discussed above, there are no permits on file with the Development Services Department for post-1987 work. All work to a designated historical resource requires a permit in accordance with the San Diego Municipal Code. It is important to note that when evaluating the condition of the property, the HRB cannot consider unpermitted work. For the modification of the windows post-1987 and the removal of the chimney cannot be considered as new information. Staff does not concur that the modifications to the windows and the chimney constitute new information, and rescission of the historic designation of the property cannot be based on these grounds. HRRR asserts that there were errors in the information presented to the Historical Site Board on the DPR form at the time of designation. Staff does not concur with the HRRR that the Folk Victorian with Queen Anne influences classification of the resource is inaccurate. According to a field guide, American Houses by Virginia Savage McAllister, most Folk Victorian houses have spindlework that reflect a Queen Anne influence, and the identification of the resource architectural on the DPR form is accurate. Also does not concur with the statement that the house was built in 1906 by Isaac Swanson is misinformation, challenging that Swanson was not the builder of the structure. According to the chain of title, Isaac Swanson owned the property in 1906 when the building was constructed, and it is logical to assume that Swanson commissioned the construction of the residence. According to the HRRR, statement on the DPR form that Isaac Swanson lived here with his mother, Matilda, through the 1910s is inaccurate. The report claims that Matilda was Isaac's wife, not his mother, and that there is no evidence that she lived at the property with Isaac. Additionally, the report claims that Isaac moved from the property in 1908. The claim that Matilda was Isaac's wife is not fully substantiated within the report. The statement on the DPR form is not completely accurate. However, these errors do not have an impact on the resource's ability to convey its historic significance as a contributing resource to the Sherman Heights Historic District. The HRR also claims that the house number was not changed from 565 to 545 in 1908, but not 1914 as indicated on the DPR form. However, this information is not substantiated in the report. Furthermore, this error does not have an impact on the resource's ability to convey its historic significance, contributing resource to the Sherman Heights Historic District. The historic report also claims that the DPR form statement that asbestos and board and batten siding over the original shiplap siding in some places is inaccurate, but does not substantiate this claim with evidence. Furthermore, the board was presented a photo of the resource from April 1987 and completed a site visit to the district that same month. At the time of designation, the board would have considered the property in its current condition. I'm almost done, Mr. Hunter. Any previous modifications would have been evaluated. Furthermore, the board determined that the property retained enough integrity to be considered a contributing resource to the Sherman Heights Historic District. Therefore, staff does not concur that the information presented to the board regarding modifications constitutes misinformation, and the rescission of the historic designation of the property cannot be based on these grounds. And that concludes the staff report. Thank you.
Well, I apologize. I did not sufficiently charge my computer battery for the length of this meeting, so I left my computer cord at home. So we've switched over to my iPhone, but I hope everybody can hear us, and appreciate the staff report, and sorry for the interruption. We are going to hear public comment. We have one comment stated as in opposition to the item. It sounds like it is in favor of the staff designation. Louise Torrio. Is Louise here, or is Louise online? Louise or Louis?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. I'm Louise Torrio. I've lived in the Sherman Heights Historic District for 28 years, and I've restored 2 historic houses on 20th Street. I'm also president of the nonprofit Friends of the Villa Montezuma Museum, which is located in the Sherman Heights Historic District. And I also serve on the Southeastern San Diego Planning Group, but I'm making these comments as an individual. I strongly urge you not to rescind the historic designation of this site. This site is a contributor to our historic district and it retains integrity. In 1987, the members of the Historic Resources Board viewed the site and correctly included it in the Sherman Heights Historic District. This supposedly new information does not change what the HRB saw in 1987 and does not warrant a change in the designation. Any work done without permit since 1987 should not be held against the historic designation of the site. I encourage the owners to use this opportunity to get the Mills Act property tax reduction and to restore this historic site so we can better see the folk Victorian with Queen Anne influences that is hiding behind the fencing. Blaming the historic site for the current conditions seen now in 2022 does not erase the historic significance of the resource. HRB members, I'm asking you, please do not set a negative precedent by supporting removing a historic designation within the Sherman Heights Historic District. Please do not chisel away at our important inner city neighborhood that has sheltered people of all races and ethnic groups since 1868. If you support this request to rescind the designation, some owners will be encouraged to do a poor job at maintaining their properties and then ask you for the historic designation to be removed. Please do not encourage this behavior. Some other points. My neighbors and I care deeply about our historic district, and we've worked diligently to restore our contributing homes to their original glory. My own home was in way worse condition when I bought it in 1994 than the 25th Street site is today. And we urge the owners of this site to see what we've done via restoration and to enjoy the economic benefits of historic preservation. In conclusion, please support the preservation of the Sherman Heights Historic District and do not rescind the historic designation on this site. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Torrio. Remaining speakers, Mr. Mumjan, I have 4 speaker slips from you along with a request for 15 minutes. Could I ask you to indulge us and try to do it in 10?
I'll do the best that I can, Mr. Chair, but you know, I'd hate that my clients in this particular item suffered from a long, heavily fronted agenda. So I think I have like 26 slides, but I'll get through it as soon as I can, if that's okay with you.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Can we start from the beginning? Let's go back. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Thank you for staying today. This property today is owned by the Bahora Family Trust, and the Bahora family is here today. I'd like to just take a couple words and say that in many ways, I think the staff report that you heard, the oral staff report, was inaccurate, the written staff report. I don't think that this case today is going to set any kind of a precedent. Really what it comes down to, restoring the correct determination that the property did not have and does not have now original integrity. To date, there's only been 8 cases of a rescission where 8 cases have come before the board. So I can't see how this is going to somehow open floodgates for people to come running before this board to get a rescission. A rescission action today is brought on 2 counts under the municipal code. We've presented new information which was not considered by the board or thoroughly vetted and explored at the time of hearing. And also we have discovered that there was earlier misinformation that was prepared to the board. So when you look at this collectively and you realize that there are these grounds for rescission, we would ask you to vote accordingly in favor of the rescission. Next slide, please. You know that there's 3 buildings here on site. 2 of them have been deemed non-contributors to the historic district, and the building here in yellow is the property that was included as a contributor to the historic district. It was included as a contributor to this district on the basis of its folk Victorian with Queen Anne influenced architecture. Today, in my opinion, and to the opinions of the Bahora family and perhaps many others, this property does not somehow give off the significance of the historic district. When you look at this building, you certainly don't feel that it somehow brings the significance of the district to life. And other than the 2 DPR forms that you have that were considered by the board at the time of hearing, There's no other specific information related to this property. For example, there's no other source material that the board looked at. There is not a staff report that specifically talks about the significance of the property, and there's no designation resolution. That's not surprising going back, and this property was designated in 1987, but those are the facts that as we have them today. Next slide, please. The 1987 HRB designation was based upon the significance statement, the second page of the DPR form that you have. And it was only composed of 4 sentences. Everything in yellow, I'm gonna challenge, because really the fourth point, that these styles were popular in the late 1800s and early 1900s. Sure, we can see that, but that's not relevant particular to this property. The statement, number 1, this house was built in 1906 by Isaac Swanson, who lived here with his mother Matilda through the 1910s. Completely inaccurate. That's misinformation. Next slide. The house, or I'm sorry, the next number 2. Don't go forward, please. The house number was changed from 565 to 545 in 1914. That's also true, and I'm going to show you why. It's misinformation. Number 3, the house has been altered, but its original folk Victorian style with Queen Anne influence can be seen. I don't think that was the case in 1987, and it certainly isn't the case now, and we'll go through that. Next slide, please. I want to talk about a standard really quickly, because this keeps coming up and up and up in staff reports. The staff report says that it's important to note that when evaluating the condition of the property, not integrity, condition, the HRB cannot consider unpermitted work. This is incorrect without support and justification. I think that this statement harkens back to a 2007 memorandum of law that had to deal with a completely different case, okay? That addressed the situation where a nominated historic resource going forward for designation, and yet the property was not yet designated. In this case, this is not a nomination of a historic resource. In this case, we're not advancing this for the purposes of designation. What this is, it's a rescission action. So the statement that we can't consider unpermitted work is false. The HRB must evaluate the property today in its current condition, as I'm bringing it forward to you for rescission, with all of the collective modifications that have occurred, both in 1987 or before and afterwards. Next slide, please. New information. Next slide, please. The record is devoid of what the board considered other than a site visit and those DPR forms, but what's not in the forms are newspaper articles, historic photographs, and Sanborn maps. It's important to note, this is the key, that that the board at the time of the designation in 1987 never considered important and detailed historical evidence, which we've gone through. And they relied upon a false sense of understanding where these changes came from and when they were made. Next slide, please. These are all of the modifications and the alterations to the property. It's a collective showing, if you will, of all of them. I'm not going to go through them here, but I'm going to hit on the big ones over time. Next slide, please. Here's the new information. Today, the building looks like it does on the left in its modified condition. But we have a historic photograph from 1924 that the board did not see. And this shows the property, absent the porch enclosure, from pretty much how it looked. And it's completely different. I believe that had the board seen this photograph that we've submitted on the right, it would not have designated the property as it looks today on the left. Next slide, please. Here's the Sanborn fire insurance maps, and the building is on the left here. And on the right, you can see it by 1950, it had become a duplex with 2 units. There's multiple additions on the back, and the front porch has been enclosed. The board didn't have the Sanborn maps at the time of designation, but this board does in order to support our grounds for rescission. Next slide, please. The new information is this. The board at the time of designation was aware of, quote, several additions at the rear, but we don't know which alterations they were made aware of, which additions. But our new information identifies all 3 very clearly. As a large rear addition, about 1906 to 1921, that's when it was built. a porch enclosure after 1956, and a shed addition after 1956. So we're able to use historical information to get to answer these questions. Next slide, please. The board was aware that the building had been converted to a duplex, but that duplex occurred in that conversion occurred in 1927. That was not shared at the board at the time of hearing. In fact, the DPR form was still even calling it a house. So other errors were made. The board simply had no opportunity in 1987 to date or analyze the impact of that conversion upon the building. Next slide, please. Here's some more new information. The enclosure of the northwest porch section. The board was unaware at the time of designation of the exact date or the extent of the change. Number two, the removal of roof ornamentation. As you recall from that historic photo that had some beautiful ornamentation along the roof line. The board was completely unaware of that change because they didn't have the historic photo. Number three, the removal of all wood double hung windows and replaced with vinyl varieties. The survey form says that there were some windows changed, but we don't know what kind of changes they were. We're presuming that they were all vinyl, and we're even presuming that they occurred after 1987, but we don't know. Next slide, please. I'm sorry, go back. My apologies. There's a roof vent under the main pediment, number 4 there. The board was unaware of the exact date or the extent of this change. It really wasn't discussed. Next slide, please. In addition, there's an addition of non-original horizontal wood siding. We know this only because it's in the DPR form, but the board was unaware of this change. The board believed that the board and batten siding and the asbestos were added. The board and batten siding is original. Going on to number 3, the removal of the brick chimney. This occurred sometime after 1987, long before my clients owned the property. But the board, of course, was unaware of this change because it occurred after the designation. All of this constitutes new information in support of rescission. Next slide, please. This slide simply says that because of the loss of integrity, as we know that has occurred, this requires rescission of the designation to keep the rolls clean, the landmark listing clean, if you will. The property clearly today does not retain enough of its historic character, appearance, or physical and design characteristics that are necessary to convey the significance of the Sherman Heights Historic District. And substantial changes both before 1987 and after 87 have eliminated most, if not all, key character defining features of the folk Victorian style. Next slide. Again, if you find that there is a loss of integrity, that loss is reflected in a loss of design, materials, workmanship, and feeling. Those are clearly lost today. Don't use any dispute about that. And changes to the surrounding area have compromised the original integrity. So therefore, the property is no longer conveys its significance. Next slide. Discovery of earlier misinformation. Next slide. The property was warranted at the time of designation to be an example of folk Victorian architecture with Queen Anne influences. It's a small point. What was cited was that these porch posts and railing all featured Queen Anne influences. But the reality is, when you compare both of these styles, the influence of the Queen Anne is not decidedly influential upon the folk Victorian style. And I think that had the board known about all of these changes and modifications where these Victorian details were removed, they might have thought otherwise. Next slide, please. The house was built in 1906 by Isaac Swanson. This statement indicates, it says clearly it identified Swanson as the builder of the home. Staff has said it's logical to assume that merely he commissioned the structure, but we're not here to assume anything. We're supposed to look at facts and discover earlier misinformation. This is not the same thing. The fact is there's no evidence whatsoever in any of the material to substantiate the contention that Swanson served as the builder or the contractor. He was known to have worked as a janitor and an expressman and not a contractor. So, and we don't even know who the contractor is, the original builder. So this is misinformation. Next slide, please. There's a statement in the DPRs that says Isaac Swanson lived here with his mother, Matilda, through the 1910s. This is all completely false. Matilda was Isaac's wife, not his mother, and she never lived with him during the 1910s periods. Staff says, well, this is not fully substantiated in the report, and I'll give staff that. So let me give you what I did not put in the report. Next slide, please. Here's evidence of their matrimony. On the left, we have a statement published in the paper by Isaac Swanson, saying that he would not be responsible for debts contracted by his wife, Matilda Swanson. And his obituary in two different publications, the Union and the Evening Tribune, indicate that, of course, he's the husband of Matilda Swanson. So it says it right there. This is, again, this is a discovery of earlier misinformation. Next slide. Moving on, how did the address of this property change? Well, it changed quite clearly in city directories that we have. Here in 1906, the Swansons are listed, Adele, his daughter, and Isaac, the father. And it wasn't until 1950 when Mrs. Swanson, Matilda Swanson, was living there. So we have evidence of their occupancy. The Swansons never lived together, okay? They lived there at separate times. Next slide, please. The house number changing. This is true because in 1906, it was listed at 565, but yet in 1908, it's 545. And staff says this information is not substantiated in the report. It is, it's in the city directories. Next slide. I'm almost done, Mr. Chair, just one more minute. This statement here, asbestos and board and batten siding cover the original shiplap siding in some places. It says original shiplap. That's not true. As you can see from the historic photo, the original material is board and batten. The board thought that the board and batten, as well as the asbestos, and we knew that was a change. They believed that the board and batten was also not original, but in fact it was. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, we presented new information. We've discovered earlier misinformation. All of these are the grounds that we would ask the board to consider and apply in rescinding the designation of this property. Specifically, changes before and after 1987, which we've documented, show a substantial and irrevocable loss of original integrity to the point that this property simply does not convey the architectural significance that runs through the district. These changes, combined with clearly established misinformation, justify a rescission today. So based upon the foregoing, I would ask the board to grant our request for the rescission. And please understand that unfortunately, this property, unlike so many in the Sherman Heights Historic District, really does not convey the significance of the district as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moomjian. Any other public comment for today? What's that? Bruce Coons and Amy. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first. This is Bruce.
Thanks, Bruce.
Thank you, Chairman Hutter. That was quite a lot of stuff thrown out there. But I think the problem is here is this is a contributor to a historic district. There was a lot of information sent out there with could apply to a single individual designation. A contributor to a district only has to do just that, contribute to the district. That's why there's not a lot of the other information. All the districts are typically the same. There's not a lot of information about the individual contributors. The evaluation is just whether it contributes to the district at all, which of course this one did. We haven't done a very good job throughout the city of preserving workers' cottages. Clearly, this one is a workers' cottage. There aren't very many examples left. It's extremely important. Also, the board and the false front section has always intrigued me. Some of my earliest times in looking at Sherman, I came over there specifically to photograph this false front section. Most people don't realize that at one time San Diego looked like Dodge City. That's because there are extremely few of those that we've preserved. And I've always loved this little one. I'm not sure what Scott was talking about. Obviously, the porch enclosure was there in the earliest photograph they showed. It's only missing the ridge cresting and some modifications. He also said that you have to evaluate it as it is. As you heard from staff, that's not true. any unpermitted stuff doing, any unpermitted items done after designation or even before designation cannot be considered detrimental to the resource. But it still contributes to the district. There are very few examples of this style left. We've mainly preserved, the richer houses and the mansions, but this is a very important resource to preserve, but it's also important to the integrity of the district. You have to have the variety of housing that was in the district to make up a good district. So we believe, and looking at that, there are no legal grounds to overturn the designation. There's no way this would hold up in court. So please support the staff and uphold the designation. That's really the only course that is available to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Do we have comment also from Amy Hayes? All right. All right, then we're going to go ahead and close public comment. And we'll kick off board member comment by asking him a question. I will kick off board member comment by asking a question of the city attorney, deputy city attorney, to give some comment on the competing legal opinions that we've heard today about how we can consider the condition or integrity or both of this resource.
The legal standard for rescission is provided in the municipal code at 123.0205. And under the municipal code, the board may amend or rescind any designation of a historical resource only if there's new information, the discovery of earlier misinformation, or a change in circumstances surrounding the original designation. The matter only requires a simple majority of the board members present. But those are the legal standards, and those should be considered as you make your decision.
Thank you. And can you also comment on the 2007 memo? I'm sorry, Deputy City Attorney McKinnon, we're making you work today. But this is a memo that we have heard a lot about. I've been on the board for 6 years. I've seen it a number of times. It's often mentioned, described, discussed. I think I've read it a couple times and looked at it during Mr. Mumjian's presentation, but would appreciate your take on, particularly, I think the question is whether the fact that we are here for a rescission or consideration of a rescission as opposed to a designation, whether that changes the application of that city attorney opinion.
Well, if we're talking about the April 18th, 2007 memorandum, which I think the applicant's counsel mentioned, I believe that memo was drafted in connection with whether to designate and the issue concerning the current condition of the property was at issue. And again, you can't designate a resource based on the potential for future promises to restore the property or future improvements to bring it back to, its integrity. So it's really not applicable to a situation where a property has been has deteriorated, as the applicant has stated. Does that answer your question?
I think so.
Okay.
I don't know if others have questions or comments.
Could I ask for clarification about the unpermitted work? I've always understood from staff that we're not allowed to take into consideration unpermitted work. We're supposed to consider the condition of the resource before those alterations were made.
I would defer to staff on that, and I believe that is the position.
Staff has consistently stated in situations where we're looking at rescissions of historical designations, that if the work was done unpermitted, without the approval of staff or, the required permits, then it is something that the board cannot consider.
But isn't that staff guidance based on the 2007 memo?
No, it is based on, because that memo is very specific.
Okay.
And that is for when a property is being reviewed in conjunction with a project or a preliminary review. And a determination is made and the work is done after the determination about historic significance is made. This is the situation in which the historic significance has already been determined and then illegal work has been done to the property to further deteriorate it.
Okay.
It's illegal work, essentially.
Okay. Anybody have thoughts or Matt?
I don't think that cleared up the contention of well-known designations versus rescissions. I'm still clear that question.
The memo is very specific about the circumstances in which it can be applied. This current situation in which the board is considering a rescission, the memo does not apply to that situation. So, yeah, so essentially the work that was done without permits is in violation of the city's municipal code.
Do we know when that work was done? Do you know? I'll direct it to you. To you first, if you know.
We do not.
Okay.
Know when it was done. And just, all I'd like to say in response to what I've heard from staff, there is no authority for staff's proposition. There is authority based upon the legal memo. It's a completely different circumstance, and I would agree. But staff's position today, there is no authority, legal or otherwise, for that position.
Okay. It's a little bit beyond the scope of what we asked you to come up for, but that's.
Yeah, I'm getting there. I had an unrelated question, and Mr. Coons brought this up. And I'm just wondering if staff can speak to it. This whole idea about it being I just would like to know about your thoughts on what Mr. Coons spoke about. When I was seeing that it was a contributor, I was curious if the methodology for approving contributors to a neighborhood is different than when an individual property comes forward. So can you speak to that?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So when a historic district is designated, the significance of the district is established at that time. So each property as potential district contributors are evaluated on their ability to convey the significance of the district. So that can be a variety of different types of buildings. Essentially, the threshold for integrity is a little bit lower in a district than when you're considering an individual nomination, because it just has to convey the significance of the district.
Also, as far as the amount of evidence that was presented, so the applicant was explaining that there was very limited information that the 1987 board would have reviewed. Is that consistent with other contributors?
Yes, and I don't think the board hasn't seen any historic districts come forward yet, but generally a DPR form, Department of Parks and Recreation form, is completed for each property through like a survey. And that's a standard form from the state of California. But that's generally the amount of information you get moving forward. I think our historic districts now, the DPR forms are a little bit heavier than they were back in the 80s. So there's a little bit more information.
Okay, Thank you.
Yeah, I would say based on our experience with prior districts, the amount of information that was presented in this report is far, far, far less. And maybe that's not to denigrate the work of the people who were on the board previously or the staff, but the level of discussion, I mean, when we get there, we will have districts that will have, you know, whether it's 12 properties or 200 properties, you go around and you look at every single one and say, well, what's the integrity of that property? And, you know, has a porch been enclosed or what? Like, it's a pretty in-depth process. Frankly, it's a lot of work. And I think as I was reading, hoping to see more, but I mean, we can't go back and recreate that history. To me, the single family duplex distinction of like, it's a change in the use, the fact that the properties all around it are not the same, it has lost the integrity of its setting, in addition to all the sort of exterior changes. I would be in favor of rescinding. I think that this is not a property that does retain sufficient integrity so as to convey anything about the history of when it was built. Dr. Woods?
Mr. Moomjam says that this won't set a precedent, but I think it will. Yeah, I think this will set a precedent if we allow this to be rescinded. If we allow a reversal based on unpermitted work and basically demolition by neglect, it's going to set a pattern in any district. In Sherman Heights, I kind of just looked through, out of 260 resources, there are about 60 little folk Victorians. If people understand that they can, you know, just neglect the building and then say, oh, it doesn't represent its, you know, historic period anymore, it will set a pattern. I absolutely agree with staff.
Yeah, I was just gonna say though that the thing, I mean, I agree with you 100%, Dr. Woods, 100%. But is that even something that we should be considering, right? I mean, it seems like we should be looking at this structure alone, right? Regardless of any precedents that it would set. And I know we want to, right? We don't want to set a precedent. I definitely don't want to be a part of that. But I feel like there's also something that's saying that our responsibility here today is to look at this project regardless, or this property regardless of the decision that we make today and how it impacts the neighborhood. Is that correct? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's a question for staff or the attorney.
I'm going to stick with the code parameters and the 3 factors: new information, discovery of earlier misinformation, and circumstances surrounding, or a change in circumstances surrounding the original designation.
Yeah, so that's I think we're in a really tough spot right now, frankly. And oh boy, I don't know.
Is Matilda's role, is that enough? Is that a big enough point here to say, oh, they had misinformation and so we should rescind the designation? Or the date, you know, when the address changed, they were 6 years off.
Yeah, but
it seems trivial to me.
I agree, but they didn't have access to like those photos. I will say that. And but that in itself is going to open a Pandora's box for us, right? Because now every applicant has access to a myriad of photos that they didn't have back in, you know, the 80s probably. I don't know. It's
To me, what we're arguing about is, well, are we setting a precedent that the HRB has the ability with more information to make a better decision? Right? I mean, we're talking about judges earlier, like sometimes decisions are made that are wrong. Sometimes more information is presented. We honor our forefathers. We had an alum from the HRB earlier who was here, but I don't want to make decisions today about designating a resource where if somebody comes forward in 40 years, and that I don't want anybody in 40 years to be, God help me if I'm still here, but somebody else to come along and go, well, you know, how could they couldn't have known that in 2022, so we have to stick to it. To me, that's not, you know, we should be able to control and make individual determinations about properties. And I think that if this property was presented to us fresh today, we would say no. We spent an hour debating 3 or 4. Now I'm panes of glass in one window. Like,
Yeah, no, you're right. It's good.
I
very
am
good point.
super torn on this project for that reason. I mean, looking at the Canterbury property, and again, and frankly, the way that and this is on me and not on the applicant, but the way that I reviewed the projects for this agenda is I started in Peninsula, and then I went through Mission Hills, and then I went through Uptown and over to Kensington, and then I came down into Sherman Heights. And then I went back this morning, because it's just actually down the street from my house, not too close from an ethics standpoint, but I walked past there today and stood in front of it. And so the struggle that I'm having is I had gone through these neighborhoods that have consistently had a lot of resources and money to maintain properties and streets. And so when I look at this one, I'm trying to look at it through a lens that, okay, so we're in a neighborhood where there are these contributing buildings, but maybe there hasn't been the resources there in order to maintain them. And so I'm fearful of setting a precedent, and I'm torn. Again, I'm right down the middle right now. I'm fearful of setting a precedent in a neighborhood where maybe there aren't a lot of resources and folks decide to, again, maybe because they're not paying attention to the rules, or maybe they're cutting corners, I don't know the circumstances, but they complete unpermitted work. And then we look at it years later and say, oh, well, this building doesn't look like it contributes. It's in horrible shape. I mean, I was looking at the windows and the fact that, you know, the openings have changed. The roof has changed substantially. It does not look like a contributor if you're standing there today, but I have a really hard time supporting the rescinding of a designation with the unpermitted work. And the fact, it feels like we do have a responsibility, and maybe this starts to become not legal, but as a board, to look at neighborhoods that maybe don't have the resources and kind of see those diamonds in the rough. So having said all that, I stood there today and stared at it, and I thought, man, this project would need a tremendous amount of love and care and work to get it to that historic point. So I guess I'm still a little bit nimble on this one. My 2 cents.
Can I just respond to Ms. Byers for a second? If you look back at the designation material from on the Sherman Heights Historic District, I think Ms. Byers hit on many things that were discussed in the designation packet, which Sherman Heights is significant because it catches, you know, workers' cottages and, you know, Villa Montezuma and everything in between. And it even says that the smaller buildings support the larger, more, you know, grand, elegant buildings in the district, because they all play off of each other. And they all, you know, capture in time, like capture in different moments in time how the neighborhood progressed from being, you know, this, you know, really important, like where, you know, how society lived to kind of more workers. So I think, you know, it's interesting to see that, and does this building still convey that significance? Yeah.
I just got unmuted over here. So yeah, this is a really tough one. I think the stuff at the very beginning about the marriage and the dates isn't really affecting me. And I think the post 1987 stuff isn't affecting me either. I think the most compelling stuff is the photographs and the stuff that was on top of the roof and the batten board siding and the filling in of that stuff that happened somewhere in the middle. I mean, that feels like that pile of information that wasn't available in 87 is the bigger kind of stuff that is much more compelling to the argument for rescission. I just want to kind of point that out, that opinion there. And I do think, but I also agree with what Bruce brought up. I mean, this is a rescission of not of a designated historical resource. This is a rescission of, I mean, it is, but a rescission of a contributor resource, right? It's a little bit different calculus there. So I agree with that. That's part of the conversation.
Yeah, I actually think I agree. Sometimes we have a slightly lower bar when it comes to contributing resources or non-contributing resources. To me, we have a designated district, and just as we would look at it and say, well, essentially the reason why we have a lower bar is because the impact of that one resource that's not individually designated is less impactful when it's a contributor or non-contributor to a district as compared to a designated resource or a non-designated resource, right? So what's the impact to a district of rescinding a contributing resource and making it non-contributing? It's actually lower, I would think, it's lower to us as a city than it would be if we were rescinding an entire designation for an individually designated property. And that makes it easier for me, that threshold or that bar being different. You know, again, this is a criterion F designation, if you will, because we're looking at the fact that it's contributing to the district. Mr. Taylor? I won't put you on the spot, but we just haven't heard from you, and I'm ready to go ahead and make a motion, but I want to give you a chance.
I can echo the fact that this is a difficult one. But I'm trying not to be distracted by the main points which the city attorney outlined, and just staying focused on that. I would be leaning more towards rescinding it. That's all.
Points that it's new information.
So glad you're here.
And is that coming down as the new information being the photograph for you?
That's yeah, that weighs very heavily for me, and that points towards the point Chairman Hutter made. Is like, if that was presented today, would it actually be designated? And probably no. And I'm saying that, considering that I understand that the threshold is lower for a district than just a historic designation. But considering the 3 points of reasons to rescind, I would be leaning more towards rescission.
I'll move that we rescind the designation on the basis of new information and information that was not properly considered at the time of the designation, including specifically the conversion of the home from a single family residence identified in the DPR form as a house to a duplex, as well as the information relating to the changes to the siding and the window openings.
And I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further comments, questions, discussion? All right. And we'll move on with the vote. Board Member Byers.
I'm going to vote no. Not rescind.
Okay. Board Member McCullough.
I vote yes.
Board Member Taylor.
I vote yes.
Board Member Winter.
I'm gonna vote yes.
And that's a yes for me. Sorry, Board Member Woods.
No.
Skipped over you to make it easier for you, Dr. Woods. All right, the motion carries 4-2. The designation is rescinded. Unless we have any other members or matters that we're bringing back from the dead.
Since this just came up like this, can I ask this to be brought up at the policy committee to talk about why it's easier to rescind than designate? I mean, majority versus, 6. And someone in policy subcommittee talk about that. I know it's in our municipal code, but
It's in the code.
yeah, but like, is it something that would require further discussion or?
I would echo that because I asked the question earlier. I was like, what's the standard? I don't
Can
know.
I
just
add
assumed it
to
was
that?
6, yeah.
I love that point, Matt, and I think that the policy, because I don't think the municipal code, the way it's written about HRB has ever been discussed. And it's just like, since it's been in place, it seems like it hasn't changed at all. Nobody's ever discussed these kinds of things. So I think it's time to open it up and
There are rumors of consideration of that in 2023, but those are
yeah, I'm not
rumors.
necessarily suggesting big changes at all. I'm just suggesting that it seems like there, like that, and there might be some other things that we identify in there that we should. Look at.
I just heard Dave McCullough volunteer. Code rewrite committee.
I wouldn't mind discussing that at policy as a policy member.
Yeah, can we agendize that?
We'll make it quick. Make it, and it can get added. I don't know that we need a special meeting for it.
Can I? All right, we're gonna close the meeting. It is 5:25. Thank everyone for their patience and especially to staff. Appreciate it. Bye, guys.
Get out of here.